Launch sequence activated. Prepare for light speed.
Intelligent, keeping the missing relevant with Mr. E, Mrs. E. Let's not forget the sweet and E, and of course the best Grand E, unraveling these mysteries. Stay a while and share your thoughts. Help us break down this mystery. Grab a seat, we guarantee you're in wonderful company. Unraveling these mysteries with Mr. and Mrs. E.
All right. Well, good morning, everybody. We're kind of working some new stuff out here. Welcome to the Mr. E Crimecast. I'm Mr. E, joined this morning by Mrs. E. Not sure if we're going to have Auntie N today or not. She's got a guest visiting again.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, so probably not today, but I'm sure she'll be kind of checking in here and there. Let's see. So I'm not able to see the
Okay,
chat.
you have to hit. Okay, so I am really trying to teach Mr. E how to use the software. So I've been making him do everything this morning.
Little tutorial for me so that I can start doing the outros and all the music and stuff. But anyway, the new intro there, that was the idea. If we did daytime streams, would just to have something kind of different than our usual that we do more nighttime.
Mm-hmm.
So Mrs. E worked on that, and I think that song was also a Lady Tit for Tat, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
Yeah, so that was I think the second runner or the runner up to the song we ultimately picked, but I like that one too. It's kind of got a more upbeat, good morning kind of vibe to it. So I think that's a good fit.
Aw. Detective Mom says she absolutely loves that intro. Well, thanks. I thought it was fun.
Well, thank you, Detective Mom, and welcome in. I just want to say hello to everybody that's here. So, well, everybody's hopping in here. I think
you guys are the sweetest.
I mean, we are on this train together till the end of this thing. I think we're all kind of got a little bit of a bond going with this trial. I believe so. In a way. But good morning, Grandma Chachi and W. Smith, Karen Wynn. Good morning to you too. Crafting and True Crime. You Can't See Me. Rita. Chastity, I think we figured out now is how we should pronounce that. Betsy Mathis, appreciate the prayers for Middle E. True Crime Junkie, Cheryl Steyer, and let's see, Precious Lavender Buttons. Good to see you there too. And I think that's everybody so far. That except for there's always a few people kind of hiding in the bushes, of course. But welcome to you guys too.
There's Roller Girl.
Yeah, there is a lot already going on this morning, and I think there's some delays too. So this will be good. Yes, good morning, Roller Girl. This is one of the benefits of us starting it a little bit late, is we can skip through some of those breaks. So it seems like everybody kind of liked the opening music. Baba Rose, welcome in. And Diane, welcome. Good to see you too. Joanne Johnson, good to see you back today.
Did you say hi to Roller Girl? And Diane? Yes. Sorry, I've got to send an email.
Sandy T, I think I missed you there, but good to see you. Waiting on an appointment. Hope it's nothing serious. And Cheryl Jones.
Middle E is home again today. He's still not feeling well. So
yeah. Hi, Starflower. Welcome in too.
Welcome in.
Yeah, teleport, benefit of the replay crew. Yeah, there's that too. Perfectly Imperfect Boy Mom, glad to see you in. And Garrett Clemens. So yeah, lots of folks hopping in here.
Well, we're happy to see all of you. Welcome
Perfectly
in.
Imperfect Boy Mom says it kind of gave her the Inspector Gadget happy vibes.
Good morning, Butterfly Kisses.
Hi, Butterfly.
Hey, I know I was gone yesterday afternoon and you didn't know how to do the super chats video. So if anybody that gave us super chats or stickers came in or memberships, let me know and I'll.
There was one while I was gone from Serenity.
Aww.
I don't know if they're back in here this morning, but I wasn't here to do that. But
my goodness.
Auntie did thank them for that.
Okay, good. I just like to do the songs for them if they're in here. Yeah. Oh, hi, Matthew. Oh, we appreciate you too. Thank you for coming out of the bushes and saying hello. We appreciate you. Oh, and it's a snow day for You Can't See Me in Omaha. Oh my goodness. It's just rainy and yucky here and cold. So not a good day that way. There's been some crazy. I know you guys probably have already been watching it this morning. There's been some craziness this morning.
Yes.
But for those of you who have not seen it, we will not give away the spoilers.
But it's an eventful morning. I watched like maybe 5 minutes and it was already kind of wild. And then I've been kind of getting some texts about other stuff happening. So it'll be an interesting. Yesterday was crazy. It was probably the wildest day.
Yeah.
So far. And we've had some really interesting information come up, but yesterday was particularly so. Especially the end, which I want to replay here in just a moment. But if you weren't here yesterday, just to kind of get us caught up, we basically were able to.
Oh, Karen's been waiting for us. Hold on. I wanted to say this to Crafting and True Crime. We had 6 inches of snow last night here in New Jersey, but it's just a 2-hour delay. Well, we're in the South. So in the South, if we get 2 inches, we're probably out for a week.
Yes.
So
even a forecast of 2 inches. And we're out for a week.
Veronica Truly, hello.
They really do.
Welcome in. Hi, Real Me Too. Oh, you're gonna love what the medical examiner said, which Mr. E's gonna go over here in a minute.
This yesterday. So, but one of the biggest things that happened yesterday was they started presenting a lot of these texts that Megan had been sending to various friends and such. And the ones where she texts Hunter, who was her boyfriend around the time that Evelyn went missing. And the prosecution's alleging that that's the motive for why Evelyn's no longer with us, is that she wanted this new life with the wealthier boyfriend who owned the restaurant and, all of that. And they did a pretty good job of actually presenting that motive yesterday. They showed pictures of them moving into a new house together and buying furniture just a couple of days before Evelyn's disappearance was reported by her father in February. But back in December, they had these texts with Hunter and Megan. And the defense, it looked like, for the last week, had been trying to lay the groundwork for the possibility of it being Hunter responsible for Evelyn's death and not Megan. And of course, Hunter, if you've been following the trial prior, you know that he's in a mental institution, allegedly with something along the lines of schizophrenia. So he's not able to testify or come to court or be any of that. And so, was that legitimate? Does he actually have the schizophrenia? Was it just a way to avoid court? And we don't know, or we didn't know. But yesterday, the text revealed to us that Hunter did not, the way they were speaking to each other, Hunter did not know, was not on board with Megan.
Oh, absolutely.
Megan was lying to Hunter about where Evelyn was and giving him the fake stories. So there would be no reason for Megan to be lying to Hunter if he was part of the conspiracy, or if she had any suspicion that he knew what happened to Evelyn. Why would she be making up stories? And so anyway, it kind of squashed that whole line of doubt that the defense had been trying. After that, the rest of the day started to get more into forensic evidence with TBI. They started talking about how they extract data from phones. All that was fascinating, especially if you're also following the Sebastian Rogers case. This is TBI, who had also been involved in Sebastian's disappearance. So we can kind of get an idea from that testimony what they would have also done with Sebastian's disappearance. The FBI agent was there talking about how the CART team works and all of that. And so all of that was all fascinating testimony. Then the end of the day became the medical examiners. And this is probably the most aggressive that defense attorney got so far through the trial was that his line of questioning towards those medical examiners. He what he was really trying to do is trying to say that he was trying to pin them down on, is there a medical reason that led you to the belief that she died of asphyxiation and homicide?
Mhm.
And what the medical examiners do is they look at the state of the body, the location, all the criminal investigation, the pictures. They take it all into account and then make their determination. But he wanted these hard, fast yes or no.
Right.
And the examiners, they were both great at not letting themselves get pinned into that corner where he wanted to go. With the second medical examiner, this lady was no nonsense. I mean, she was tough as nails, and they were really. It was a really interesting joust, and they went back and forth. And what he wanted to do, he kept trying to say yes or no. Is there a medical or something like? Is there? I can't think of how he's phrasing the question, but he wanted a yes or no. Is there any chance that she did not pass away from homicide in the trash can? And she would just keep saying something like, well, her body being in the trash can would lead you to believe, whatever. She didn't want to give that yes or no because it's really just their best determination. Is there always a tiny chance that something else happened? Of course. But he wanted that black and white statement. She wasn't wanting to give it to him. So they had a couple of sidebars. The judge starts to threaten. He starts to threaten the medical examiner with, look, if you don't answer this question, you're going to be held. You're going to go to jail for contempt of court. It got that tough. So if you didn't see that, I'm going to play that part.
Okay. And keep in mind, guys, I'm teaching him how to use this so that he can use it when I'm not here on his own. I'm
going to see if I can play this clip.
He may have some trouble. Okay.
All right.
So wait, hold on.
Okay.
You haven't added it to the screen yet. See, look here.
Okay. So I can add.
So you have to add that to the stage.
All right.
Okay.
All right.
So you guys are here with us while I'm teaching. So hi, Hot Mess. Welcome in. And I saw Savvy's aunt and Nice Marie. Or Nicey Marie. And Brown Eyed Girl. Welcome in, guys. We appreciate you. I'm sorry. I'm tutoring. Okay. So go to the screen.
All right. So now I can just hit
now
play.
You can just hit play.
All right.
Instruct the witness to answer the question yes or no, and then explain.
I'm not really sure.
He's asked you the question, the answer is yes or no. I'm instructing you to the best of your ability. Answer yes or no. You'll have an opportunity to explain.
For a forensic pathologist, it's hard to answer that question, yes or no, but nobody can guarantee or say with certainty what really happened to this child prior to the foil being put on her face.
So you can't say whether she was alive or dead, can you?
She has no reason to be dead, other than
Judge, this witness is being evasive. May we approach?
I kind of side with witnesses in these situations. To me, it seems like you say, you know what, if you've got it's really not a yes or no question.
What she's saying is the logic isn't there. In order for them to do all of that to the body, she would have to still be alive, because otherwise there's no reason to do all that to the body.
Right.
You wouldn't need to cover it with a blanket and tinfoil and a garbage bag unless you were trying to keep the child from breathing.
Because there's an art to their craft.
Yes.
And they come back and they give what they believe happened. And sometimes they are wrong.
Yeah.
I mean, sometimes there's different opinions.
I would say yes, and I would still give my reason.
Yeah.
The lowest common denominator. He's going to ask you this question one more time. And I understand this case, this situation. ma'am, I'm telling you, if the answer is not yes or no, you'll be facing contempt of court. Can I be more quick?
Yes, sir.
Ask a question.
Yes or no, can you say conclusively that this child was alive or dead when it was placed in the blanket in the tinfoil?
The blanket, tinfoil, the trash can, which one? Okay, the answer is no. She could have been murdered differently.
Thank you, doctor.
No, she could have been murdered differently.
Wow.
They're probably laughing their asses off right now.
Aunt E said a bad word on
She
air.
did, didn't she?
Oh my goodness.
All right,
Guys, I
so-
apologize for Aunt E. I didn't know she was so crass.
I mean, I think that was so that was the big, I mean, that was the mic drop moment, and that was actually the end of the day. So that was not the answer that he was looking for there. That made me think of the GIF where, like, you know, you have the mic drop, you have the guys all
Right.
like, bam, you know, the bombs explode or
Yeah.
whatever. Like, that should be with that, because she just, for that to be the end of the day and the last thing that the jury heard before they went home was just huge. So that was to me, that was a win for her. And I think the defense attorney started to come off as kind of, I think he'd been doing actually a pretty good job, but I think there he started to look like he was just kind of badgering those people, you know, trying to get answers that they didn't. I don't know. I just don't think that came off well for him. But anyway, that was a big moment. So I just wanted to play that one more time. If you didn't see it, we'll probably play it again at some point, because that was my favorite moment of the trial so far. Let's see what's going on. And I played the video, and the stream did not collapse, so we're doing all right there.
Yeah, you're doing good. You talk to everybody. I have to send an email for our
Hi, Real Me Too. Welcome in.
I have to send an email for our little E. You know what I'm doing. So I have to get, this is like important.
Yes,
it has
yes,
to be
yes.
sent out right now. So I've forgotten about it.
Yeah, you know, and I have to just do it myself. Like, people can't tell me what to do. Like, I have to physically do it. So that's really that's the only way I can learn. Yeah, Betsy says the defense attorney turned a nice shade of red. Yeah, he could not have been happy with that. I don't know. What I was hearing this morning, this might come back up again, this testimony. I'm not sure. So I think we can go. Let me pull. I'm going to try to add. All right.
What are you trying to do?
Trying to add this video now. I think I got it. Yeah. All right.
Oh my God. Oh, Serenity's back. Okay. Now,
before we start.
Yeah. Put up Serenity's thing.
So Serenity, we were gone, or I was gone yesterday when you did I think it was a super chat. It might have been a sticker, but anyway, so we missed it. So we didn't get to do our music. And since I am learning the controls here today, first I want to thank you for the membership. We do appreciate that.
Not membership. It's a super chat.
Oh, this is a super chat.
But
we will play our music. So
but I believe Serenity is also a member too. I'm just giving him a hard time.
So let me go over here. So this is
let me check. Hold on.
A super chat. So I need to find a super chat video.
Yes, I'm teaching him, guys. So please have some patience, because he is a hands-on learner. You cannot tell him. He has to do it himself, and he has to figure out his own way. It's just how it goes. And I hope that you guys get to witness it, which is really funny. But
I think I've got it.
At the same time, it might be a little bumpy today.
Might be.
So, but he is a hands-on learner, and he cannot learn unless he is forced to do it himself. So this is where we are. And keep in mind too that for those of you that do send like the super chats and stuff, Mystery is the one doing it for you specifically. It's not just me.
Yeah. So thank you, Serenity. We do appreciate the support very much. And she also says, what I think the jury will notice is the lack of emotion.
Right. This will be too.
Serenity, you got you're the first to get the super chat video from Mr. E. That's
I
right. That's
know,
right.
it's special.
Yeah.
And thank you, Serenity. We appreciate you. And thank you for making him have to do this. I appreciate that.
It's good. It's making me practice.
Thank you for the super chat. 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 Thank you for the super chat.
You don't have to do anything. Just click comment.
Okay.
There.
Okay. Got it.
You don't have to do anything. It turns off for you.
All right. Great. Well, that worked fine. So we, again, the stream did not
You
collapse.
did not burn it down.
And I can pull up that.
And say thank you, Serenity.
So thank you again, Serenity. And
Oh, everybody's telling you did a good job. Aren't you guys proud of him?
I know.
I'm proud of him. I know
Um,
it sounds like I'm treating him like a child, but this is how we have to do things. So.
I know. It's just the only way. It's the only
He
way to
is
go.
incredibly intelligent, but he is not a technological person.
No, I'm not.
My strengths are with technology,
Yes.
and his strengths are with pretty much everything else. So,
Other stuff.
well,
Other stuff.
other
that's not-
stuff.
Other stuff that's not computers.
Oh, they're so proud of you. Thank you guys for being so supportive of him. I figured there's no time like the present, because he was having such a hard time. And, I'm having to go downtown every single day with Middle East. So he needs to learn how to do this so that he can,
Yeah.
he
I haven't even been able to do the outro music for the last two.
What he
streams.
doesn't realize is I'm probably going to change our streaming provider before long.
You can't now.
I'm just teasing.
No, Brown Eyed Girl, you don't have to watch from the beginning. We're going to start right now.
We're starting from the beginning.
Yeah, so we're starting from the beginning. My understanding is that Auntie's been watching it, and she said that there's some pretty long breaks today, so it'll kind of work out for us starting late. We should be able to skip through most of that. Next thing you know, I'll know my passwords.
I
I'll be able to
know.
log into my own emails and stuff like that.
Oh, it's you guys.
like-
you have no idea.
She was asking me this morning, "Hey, what's your password to this?" I was like, "Do you really think I have any idea what my password?" No,
It's hard. It's hard. It's hard to be like the. I'm kind of like the computer for our house, and it's so
Yes,
hard.
Yes, we all have roles. We all have roles.
He's a great cook.
Yes, I do the cooking. So this is Megan walking into the courtroom. This is day 7.
Remember
I
what-
need to go back and make that bigger, don't
yeah.
I? Yep.
You're doing good. You caught it. At least you caught it. Okay, now go back over to StreamYard.
See how it looks. So that's
Much better.
Yeah. All right. So Megan's coming in, and she's got the oversized sweater today. Is that a thing?
I don't know.
You know what they actually? I do. I took a film class in college, and
Serenity, you are lucky.
they talked. One of it was kind of like the symbolism and things like that in film, and in costuming. How many? That was something you'd study a lot. Is costumes? In the movies are very. There's usually a very specific reason, and when you do these kind of sweaters where they're kind of oversized, they want you to feel like you want to comfort or hug that person. Is kind of a tactic. And if you ever watched Friends, Ross often would have those oversized sweaters to make him more lovable. Like they'd come down. There's just something. It's one of those little things they do.
He references this class all the
Oh,
time.
I learned a ton from it. If you ever watch The Office, Jim and Pam are almost when they're having a romantic episode, they're almost always in pink and blue, and that's another subtle cue filmmakers do to make you want to pair a couple. So it was a great class, but that's what it made me think when I saw her like this. Was this just an oversized sweater, or was it a deliberate attempt by somebody to try to make her more lovable?
Well, also, and keep in mind that the attorney we see has on a navy blue suit. Navy blue is the #1 color of trustworthiness. So they're using all kinds of tactics. Most people do use these different tactics, but navy blue is the color of trust. So, or that actually, I don't know if that's quite navy, but that shade. So anyway, are you guys still there? I'm not seeing anybody chat.
No, I think they're here. Okay, yeah, so we're here.
Okay,
We're
good. All right, well, go ahead. I thought you might have done something to make it
I know.
explode.
I wanted to be sure, so we'll go back.
I'm just
here,
teasing. I'm teasing him.
and I will hit play.
I'm making him do everything, guys. You'll appreciate it later. And yes, he does do the dishes and the cooking, and I do the laundry and the technology.
That's kind of it.
What about Pink? Pink is Innocence. I don't hear any audio but they may not have it on yet.
Okay, so it looks like we're doing good.
I got to finish sending this email. So you handle it all. You're doing. I'm really proud of you. I want everybody to know I'm really proud of him.
Not bad.
I am proud of him. This stuff's really hard for him, but once he learns it, he's like he can do it. He just has to be forced to learn it. And when I do everything for him, just like with the kids, they don't learn. So I'm making him do it all.
I'm not sure what you mean, Real Me Too. Did anyone pick up on the DA doing opening statements and pick that was strategic? I'm not sure what you mean. Oh, in Pink. Gotcha.
Oh, that's a good.
So yesterday, the state indicated they may have another witness or at least exhibits. And then at the sidebar, I was told that there might be an objection to whatever the exhibit is.
Yes.
So I thought we'd take that up before I brought the jury in and had to send it back out.
Yes, Judge. The state intends to introduce a certified copy of the order from the Circuit Court in Bristol, Virginia, which ordered Hunter Wood involuntarily committed to the mental hospital over there in Marion. There's a copy of the appearance by the attorney over there, the request for evaluation and report to be done, and then there's a letter dated January 10th, 2025, which is from the Southwestern Virginia Mental Health Institute updating the court as to Mr. Wood's status. And like I said, it is I believe, a self-authenticating document. There's a certificate of official record that is attached, signed by the judge of the Circuit Court in Bristol, Virginia.
We have no objection, Judge.
Okay. So what I intend to do, and then after that, do you think you'll have any proof?
No, Your Honor.
So what I'll do is I'll bring the jury in, admit that in the next number of exhibit, then you can rest in front of the jury. And then I'll have to send them back out so we can take up some matters out of the present. All right, bring the jury in if we're ready.
Good morning, Hen House, and all I need is Jesus Coffee and True Crime. Opinionated. Veronica. See if I missed anybody else that came in. Nicey Marie, I don't know if I said hi to you yet, but welcome in. Bliss, good to see you. Pale Rider, good to see you too. Yeah, I saw somebody say this in the chat. So pink is considered Evelyn's color, right?
You may be seated. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, Jen, I'll call your name. Oh, wait, before we do that.
There's-
Ladies and gentlemen, yesterday when we left, I gave you certain admonitions. Do any of the jurors have anything to report in front of those admonitions? If you do, raise your hand. Let the record reflect that none of the jurors raise their hand. All right, Joe.
Can we turn up volume?
Judge, at this time, the state would move to introduce what we believe is a self-authenticating document, which is an order from the Circuit Court in the city of Bristol, Virginia, which orders a mental health evaluation on Preston Hunter Wood. It also contains a
Not available.
letter from Southwestern Virginia Mental Health Institute, which is dated January 10th, 2025, which talks about the fact that he has been involuntarily hospitalized at that facility. We would offer that as the next exhibit in this case.
If you want to pause it and tell them, it's just low and there's not anything we can do about
61, I
it.
believe.
261.
Pause.
No, sir.
There's unfortunately not anything I can do about the volume, and they don't have closed captioning available.
I don't know why.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm not sure why.
Yeah. So that's unfortunate. So I'll try to be extra careful not to talk over them speaking today.
Right, that'll be exhibit 261. All right. Starting next.
Judge, stay with rest.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I know you've only been out here for 2.5 minutes, but I'm going to send you with the officer.
Everyone stand, please.
Angel Wings, welcome in, but you haven't missed anything because we're starting late anyway. They basically just came in, and the state is going to rest, is what happened, and then I think we're in for a few surprises this morning. So,
You may be seated. Thank you.
Mr. Scott, you have a motion?
Judge, pursuant to Rule 29 of the Rules of Criminal Procedure, I move the court for a judgment of acquittal as to all counts. Just briefly, I'll go through them. As it relates to the first 3 homicide counts, the state has failed to prove the cause of death, which is required to be proven beyond a reasonable doubt. I understand the burden here is that the state has to prove it in a light most favorable to the state. The court has to look at it from that standpoint. Even when looking at that, Dr. Schmidt testified to various, although she stated that she believed it was asphyxia, she later under cross-examination admitted it could have been a SIDS death. She admitted it could have been a heart issue, or it could have been a laryngeal spasm that caused
Hi,
the death.
Tony and Callie. Welcome.
She really couldn't specify the manner of death. When it came to Dr. Malushnik, she testified that she felt like it was asphyxia caused by being placed in the trash can, but ultimately she did answer that she could not conclusively say that the baby was alive or dead before being placed in the trash can. As it relates to count 1 in premeditation, there is no evidence whatsoever in this case of premeditation.
I agree.
Those are the 3 murder counts.
right.
That's not what
Aggravated child neglect, the state hasn't produced
we just watched
any
it.
evidence that the child was neglected in such a way to adversely affect his health and welfare. Similarly, of abuse, there's absolutely no proof in the record of child abuse. In fact, there is ample proof to the contrary. Both medical examiners testified there was no broken bones. There's no trauma there. There's testimony, I think, from 6 lay witnesses talking about Megan was a good mother, a loving mother. They never saw any signs of abuse. The pediatrician testified that she never saw any signs of abuse, or she would have reported it under her duty
Good
under
morning,
the law.
Detroit Rock City.
So those are my arguments to those counts.
So happy you all are here.
Tampering with evidence, I'll leave that to the court's good discretion. False report, obviously, there is, as it relates to those, there is a double jeopardy issue that the court will have to address if the jury returns multiple verdicts on those. But I will leave those for now.
Veronica, or not Veronica. Hello, Veronica, truly. W. Smith, these basically what's going on here is the attorney is asking for a
full acquittal.
Full
all
acquittal
counts, yeah.
on all 20 counts. It's kind of a bold thing to do, quite frankly, based on what we know with fingerprints and different things from forensics yesterday.
Yeah.
Based on the medical examiner's words, which he kind of twisted.
I actually do not expect her to get convicted on all 20 counts, but I think, but you know what I mean? I suspect that it will not be all 20, Just what I've seen so far. But I don't see how she gets out of all 20 of these.
So basically, that's what's going on right now. We knew that because we kind of it was blowing our minds. I was in the shower and I was like, I can't believe this is, I was playing it. And I was, so we kind of already know what's going on. We just did not want to go live until it got sorted out. So essentially, one more time, you want to tell them what's going on?
Yeah, so he's trying to have the whole thing dismissed. His main reasoning is that what happened yesterday with the medical examiners, where they really didn't say they're not saying 100% this is the moment and the method that she passed. Right. What they're saying is that this child was a homicide.
Right.
Because of the way it was done, the way she was found, the positioning of the body. At some point she lost her breath, whether it was from the trash bag,
right? That's why
the garbage can or the upside down posture, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they can't determine which of those caused, but everything points to that's what happened. Mm-hmm. He was grasping at straws, saying to say, "Well, could it have been a SIDS death? The child's too old for a SIDS death, typically." And then there were all these different things.
Look at the screen.
Diane says the expert witness did not say it could be SIDS and schooled him that an out-of-date term no longer used. That's true. She did. She did do that. So he's saying what he wishes she had said, which is what he was trying to get her to do
right
the whole time.
Yes,
she wouldn't play ball. So he's trying to say that, is there a 1 out of a billion chance that this child did not die from asphyxiation? And he's trying to say, well, that's beyond a reasonable doubt. Let's have the whole thing tossed. And then he's also honing in on the no broken bones, but the shape of the body, if you heard that testimony yesterday,
wow.
I mean, come on. That fits at least one of the crimes. Abuse of a corpse, at least.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
Crafting and True Crime, Jacqueline says he might be talking about the doctor before her. The doctor before her was a little bit, yeah.
She was pretty good too, though.
Yeah. And I have to point out, Rachel, 508. This is funny.
Why is your hubby giving, I think, Kevin Costner vibes? Haircut, different look, right? Looks nice. Respectfully, don't worry, ma'am. But what actor does Mr. E look like? Side note daily. Well, the haircut is, I don't have one.
Well,
I haven't had a haircut.
I said it to him this morning. I said, "Oh, you got your COVID hair going on," because, because of the amount of streaming and doctor's appointments that we've had, this one has not had time to go get his haircut.
Yeah, it's been since like November or something. It's been a really long time.
Did really?
It had to have been before he went in the hospital.
No, I think you got one at Christmas, didn't you?
Did I?
I have no idea. Anyway,
I don't remember the last time I've had one.
So his hair, it gets very curly and wild and big when he doesn't have a haircut. So that's just where we are.
Yeah. But it is time.
But I've never thought Kevin Costner with you. I've always, when you're clean shaven and stuff and younger, I would have said closer to like a Hugh Grant.
Yeah.
You've gotten that a few times.
I heard when I was younger, I would hear that.
Yeah. But anyway, that's just funny. I just had to point that out.
But
respectfully, don't worry about it. Oh, you guys, it's fine. I work with my husband. I live with my husband. He's been by my side since pretty much the day we started dating. Right? Or about 6 weeks.
Totally codependent.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He don't worry. I'm not worried about anything. I am the most secure person in a relationship you'll find. I promise. So anyway, so don't worry. If you all want to tell him he's cute, it'll make his day. I don't care. Doesn't bother me one bit.
Nicey Marie says, I cut my hubby's hair. I've done a pretty good job, Auntie. All you need is hair clippers.
I'm scared of that. So I'm scared of that.
So anyway, that's what he's going to attempt here. This is can you blame him for trying? Maybe there's a part of me that feels like watching this where it's like, I'm totally against it.
Yeah.
I mean, I want to see justice for this little girl, so I'm not rooting for him. I do appreciate his attempt.
Right.
So I appreciate the skill that he's giving it everything he's got. He doesn't have a lot to work with.
Mm-hmm.
So he's taking a shot in the dark, and we'll just see how it goes.
Oh, and another thing, guys, he, again, like you said, he wouldn't know his passwords if it weren't for me. He doesn't know how to get in the bank accounts. He knows nothing. So yeah, he's not going anywhere.
I absolutely love my husband, but I couldn't work with him.
Yeah, well, we made that mistake years ago. I was kidding.
Too late. But we'll get back into this. And so
Ooh, Real Me Too's arguing with you. She's trying to mix it up.
with
She
me?
says, I believe she could get guilty on all counts. I'm with Real Me Too.
It's possible. I'm gonna guess most, but not all. That's my prediction so far. Maybe we'll do some polls when we get a little closer, when we see how this all plays out.
And all I need is Jesus, coffee, and true crime. It says Mr. E is such a gentle soul. He is, but he is very strong too. He's just, I don't know. We're best friends.
All right.
I don't know how to explain it. Anyway, back
Makes me
for
uncomfortable
okay.
being talked about.
I was gonna say we're gonna leave couples therapy now and go back to the case.
Rather talk. Yeah. So here we go. We're back to the courtroom.
Now, but I do move for a judgment of acquittal without further argument. And the same with abuse of a corpse and failure to report a death. I'll move the court for a judgment of acquittal.
I'm a brief judge. Of course, the court reviews this motion in the viewing the evidence in the light most favorable to the state. As far as Mr. Scott's argument regarding premeditation, I think the proof's been pretty clear in this case. The child's found upside down, stuffed into a trash can with its head wrapped in a blanket, and then on top of that, there's a substantial amount of aluminum foil. I think that clearly shows an intent.
Hi, Taipei. Thank you.
So
Welcome.
Argue that the element of premeditation is at least shown through the physical evidence in this
Thanks,
case.
Grandma Chachi.
As far as the remaining counts, it's showing the cause of death. Both medical examiners, their opinions as they came in yesterday were that this was a homicide and that Evelyn Boswell died from asphyxiation. Mr. Scott certainly challenged and threw some other possibilities out there, but at the end of the day, that was their opinion as to the
It's almost Valentine's Day.
Death. So I believe the proof.
I just had to remind him. Now he's like, "Oh man, I've got to get flowers."
Show how the child died and to let the jury make decisions on all the remaining counts.
All right.
Yeah, that's right, MS.
Mr. Scott,
And good morning to you too.
stated, in viewing the evidence in light of the Rule 29 motion for judgment of acquittal, the court's required to view the evidence in the light most positive to the state. And looking at these charges and proof through that lens, with regard to count one, premeditation, I think coupled with the physical evidence of the way the child was wrapped and placed in the trash can, and you couple that with the voluminous amount of evidence where the defendant was giving different stories as to where the child was, as to how the child was doing. When you look at that count in light of the statements the defendant was making on social media, the fact that there seemed to be, from the proof, there seemed to be a cutoff date where before that date, the defendant seemed to be very caring for the child, and after that date, it was story after story about where the child was. The defendant appeared to have moved on to other things. And I think when you take all that evidence in a lot most favorable to the state, that the jury would be able to find premeditation. As for the cause of death, both medical examiners stated that in their professional expert opinion, the cause of death was asphyxiation. Again, Mr. Scott did a good job cross-examining those witnesses to introduce other potential theories. But of course, of the opinion, the state, when looking at that proof in a lot most favorable to the state, that they had put forth evidence that the jury can consider. So with regard to count one, I'm going to deny the motion for judgment of acquittal. With regard to counts 2 and 3, the abuse and the neglect, I think that taken in a lot most favorable to the state, the fact that that child was wrapped and placed in the garbage can, I think the jury can look at that. And I think that those facts taken along with all the other proof in the case. There was testimony that the child was filthy, dirty toward the time late November, early December. I know that the one babysitter testified how dirty the child was. We saw pictures of the living condition of that trailer when the gentleman was cleaning it out. And I think that taking all that together, the jury would be warranted in finding abuse or neglect. I think that taking a lot most favorable to the state, that those two counts would survive the Rule 29 motion, and will deny the motion with regard to those two counts. With regard to the tampering with evidence and false report charges, as well as the abuse of the courts and failure to report, when the court looks at all the statements, all the messages, all the social media posts, when you take those as a whole and view them in a light most favorable to the state, I think those are issues the jury can determine and will have to determine. I'm going to deny the motion with regard to all counts for those reasons.
Good.
Mr. Scott, first question that I have for you is, will the defendant testify?
Judge, we're prepared to state at this time the defendant will not be testifying.
Oh, man.
Moen versus state questioning. I'm going to hand this down and let you do that.
Judge, for the purpose of the record, would you like her to come to the...
No, just put the microphone back up on the table for that.
Good morning, YouTuber.
We just need to make sure it's recorded.
Yeah, I feel the same way.
Man.
I feel this.
Oh,
Pause it.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead, Mr. Scott.
Megan, I want to ask you some questions about my representation of you and explaining to you your right to testify.
Okay.
I've been representing you for a couple of years now. We've met and discussed your case. You need to answer out loud.
Yes,
Okay. And part of that, I've talked to you about, you have the right to testify. Is that right?
yes,
And if the jury can't hold it against you if you don't testify, do you understand that?
yes,
Do you understand you have a right not to testify?
yes,
And if you decided you wanted to testify, I couldn't stop you from that. Judge Goodwin couldn't stop you. Mr. Harper couldn't. That's solely your decision. You understand that?
Yes.
And after consulting with me and looking at the evidence and hearing the proof here in court, have you made a decision as whether or not you want to testify?
Yes, I have.
Do you want to testify?
No.
I think I covered it, Judge. Approach.
Man.
Yeah, I mean, it's the smart thing to do, but
So Megan will not be testifying. I mean, she's told so many stories. I can't imagine.
she'd rack up a bunch of perjury charges, most likely, if she got
Yeah.
up there. She can't tell the truth anytime.
I still would have liked to hear it.
I still,
Seems like
He's saying it could be possible she changes her mind, but I doubt it.
I need to ask you that question in front of the jury, and then you can rest. Then I gotta send the jury out so we can finalize the charge and give the parties time, because what we'll do, as soon as the proof closes, we'll take a break, and it'll be an extended break. We'll take a break so that I can get the charge finalized, and then what I do is I will make a notebook for each juror so that they can read and follow along as I read the charge to them. It's been my experience, especially after lunch, that fewer of them nod off if they're reading with me. Plus, it gives them the charge when they go back in to deliberate. Each one of them has a copy of the charge so they can actually look at it and refer to it. And that also will give you time, because
I don't understand.
Once the charge is done and I get the notebooks ready.
Is defense not going to testify?
and
I don't
will read the
understand.
Charge to the jury.
It sounds like he's talking about wrapping up the jury stuff.
Almost the
I know that the
Can you-
prosecution rested.
Look at me.
Yeah.
Okay.
The prosecution rested, but I don't know that the defense isn't going to have some people to call.
I just, yeah, that's, this sound, are you listening to his words? It sounds like he's like wrapping up the jury.
Yeah, I would be surprised.
Am I?
I mean, I haven't heard him say the defense rests yet.
I'm so confused.
I think they're going to have her come. They're going to have them come in, and she's going to state that she's not testifying like she just did. That's what he said is about to happen.
Oh, okay. Hi, Sandy. Thanks for
And
becoming a
then-
member again. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I'm
Thank
not sure.
you. Well, since we're paused,
I mean, they may not call anyone up. They may just.
since we're paused real quick, I'm not gonna make you do it. I'm gonna play it.
Oh, okay.
Thank you
could.
so much, Sandy. Oh, you want to do it? Okay, we're gonna let
Remember?
him do it.
We're doing a membership one.
Yep, the dog pound one. It's under super chat. I'm so proud of you.
Welcome to the dog pound. Your crime dog now. Members only. Welcome to the dog pound. Your crime dog now. Members only. Welcome to the pound. Members only. Bow wow 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 wow. Doo 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 doo.
Okay. Tybay says, just wait. Uh-oh.
All right. Now that I did know that the part I knew was that she was not going to testify today, and that they were asking for an acquittal, but I didn't know much about the details. So, did I understand it correctly? All 20 counts are still on the table. He dismissed
It's not embarrassing to rejoin. You're so funny.
to rejoin.
No, she's so sweet. No, that's silly. We just appreciate you
No, thank
guys.
you.
It helps us so much, and we do appreciate it. No, don't be embarrassed about anything.
So let's maybe he'll clarify what's going on here. We're ready to go.
Okay, I'm confused, but I actually have to step out and go to the bathroom, so you'll have to give me a summary.
Okay.
And then I will have you argue your case, and then I will finalize it and send it out. That's the
Yes, sir.
process going forward. And during this extended break, it will give you all time to go through your notes, go through the exhibits, organize your thoughts to close the most. Okay? So we need to bring the jury. And I need to give the curative instruction.
Yes, sir. I was going to ask about that. I forgot.
I did too.
Everyone stand, please. You may be seated. Thank you.
All right. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, one thing I omitted to do a moment ago. Yesterday, during Dr. Malushnik, did I say that right?
Yes, it is.
At the very end of her testimony, she answered a question and then gave what I'm going to call a parting shot, that the answer was no, and that the baby would have to have been murdered some other way. Y'all remember that? Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm sure they
I'm
do.
going to instruct you that last phrase, you're not to consider. That is outside of her expertise. Okay? It's a legal term, not a medical term. Does everybody understand that? Can everybody put that murder in some other way out of their mind and not consider? If you can, raise your right hand. Let the record reflect that all the jurors have raised their right hand. Now, Mr. Scott, the state has rested. Will the defense have proof?
Been at rest.
All right.
Oh,
Ladies and gentlemen, where we are now is the proof is closed, but it is not time for you to begin deliberating or talking about the case. We're going to have to take an extended break because I've got to prepare and finalize the jury charge. And then I'm going to make a notebook for each of you with the charge in it so you can follow along, and you'll have that for your reference while you deliberate. Okay. This will also, and what'll
Wow.
happen is it'll probably take 45 minutes to an hour. I'll get all the notebooks made. We'll give the lawyers time to organize their thoughts for closing. When we come back, I will hand out the notebooks and I will read you the charge, which will be painful, and I apologize for that, but that's the way it is. And then we'll go straight into argument. Okay? So I apologize for the length of the break, but just bear with me. It's necessary. Okay? You'll go with the officer.
Everyone stand, please.
wow. So I guess Mrs. E was right there. That's wild.
You may be seated. Thank you.
All right, we'll be in recess. We'll probably take 45 minutes.
Court stands in recess.
Wow. Okay. So if we're understanding that correctly, which I think we are, the defense is not calling any witnesses at all, right? They said defense rests. So I'm really surprised they didn't have their own experts come up. Didn't want to call anyone. And obviously Megan's not taking the stand at this point. So they're going to take a little break, do closing arguments. So I mean, it was estimated this trial would probably go 3 to 4 weeks. That's obviously not going to be the case now. This is just day 7. So, wow, that is really surprising. I can't believe. Yeah, they have to do closing arguments. I don't know. I guess it just depends on how long that takes. They're taking a little break here. Yeah. Sierra, I think I saw Sierra said she lived in that area. Welcome, Miss Sierra. I don't recognize your name, but thanks for joining us. Lived over in Sullivan County, so I'm sure you've been following this very closely. Day 7, but it was 5 years ago, so I know. I'm just really surprised that the defense did not have maybe their own medical person, their own medical examiner come up to try to give or somebody to come up and punch some holes in some of this.
What did I miss?
The defense rested.
No.
Yeah. So
What?
they're taking like an hour break or so. Of course, we're behind, so we'll be able to skip here in a second and catch up.
The defense didn't say anything?
No, they're going
What about
to.
final statements?
Well, that'll be after.
Oh my gosh.
Possibly this afternoon.
Oh my gosh.
So, yeah, I would say the jury is surprised. I mean, you would think you would have
Something.
some character witnesses, some friends to back up something. I know this is what I know it's always a bad idea to have, or generally it's a bad idea to have the suspect on the stand. Where's
Okay,
that music
here.
coming from?
That's from court TV.
Oh, okay.
So just pull it
I'll
off.
just, yeah, we can just pull, can't we?
Yeah. Oh, okay.
So,
Sorry, my camera's not on.
but I know for me, and I know that you're not supposed to take it into account whether or not the suspect takes the stand or not, or whatever. You're supposed to not consider. But for me, I
true.
need. I know. I've wondered that actually. She threw so many people under the bus, family and friends, and lied to everyone. I wonder if she's got anybody.
Wait, Diane wants you to fill me in on something.
Diane says, Mr. E, fill in Mrs. E on the judge's instructions to jurors to forget about the last words. Yeah, the part, he called it a parting shot from that medical examiner. He said that murder is a legal term, not a medical term. So I want you to take that out of your mind. Can you raise your hand if you think you can do that going forward, considering the case? And obviously everybody did.
Yes, I'm very, very surprised about this too.
Yeah, I just wonder if she's just such a disaster that putting her on their stand is a mistake,
Yeah.
That's what my guess is, because she's got some issues. I bet but as far as all the false statements about the mom, they kind of proved all that.
Right.
And I guess we're not going to find out who the real dad is through any of this.
Dang it. That's a letdown.
But I see, for me on the jury, I would need to know.
Angel is her mother, Angela.
Yes. The mother that was with the boyfriend and allegedly stole the car. That was one of her many stories, is that Evelyn had been taken by her mom. And then at another time, the mother had given Evelyn to somebody in a camper. There's so many stories. It's just incredible.
Okay.
I'm also surprised that they didn't present more geolocation kind of information, like with phones and such. You know what I mean?
Oh, yes.
Like, why wasn't there any one, like when the cell phones traveled, like to the property on certain dates? There was no evidence like that presented. Maybe they don't have it. Maybe she was smart enough to not take her phone with her when she, allegedly went out to that playhouse.
I don't know. And all the trading of the cell phones, I felt like they were going to come back to that.
But yeah, they said she kept switching phones, but still, you would think there would have been some kind of evidence out there. But I don't know. I don't know how this is going to go. I don't know that I don't feel 100% on a conviction here.
Well, yeah, I was going to ask everybody what they think.
I'm not at the moment. Another thing I wanted to say, I was listening to, before we get kind of speed up and get caught up to wherever they're at now. I was listening to The Lab with Gary Bricado. Somebody mentioned it yesterday, so I went to listen. It was like they do like a call-in show sometimes, and Gary's a psychologist who does a lot of studying on the darker side of crime, and has written a couple of books on it, that kind of thing. And he was discussing Stephen Stearns in the Madeline Soto case. So if you're familiar with that nightmare in Florida, he was talking about how Stephen, the lies that he would tell were so ridiculous that no one could ever believe them. They're just absurd, over the top lies that no one could possibly believe. And what Dr. Bricado was saying was that that kind of liar is the sign of someone that lack sympathy, because they have such a poor understanding of the reaction of others around them, that when they tell lies like that, they actually think people are going to believe them, and they can't they don't recognize the cues, and have enough awareness to realize that these ridiculous lies are not working. And that made me think of Megan here. Her cartoonish lies, ridiculous lies, conflicting, contradicting, made me think that maybe that would kind of be a parallel
Right.
here, that might be a sign that she also lacks that ability to empathize with others, to read the room, to understand that what she's saying doesn't work, and she doesn't have enough connection with people and understanding to know that her lies sound ridiculous to anyone, but she's not aware enough to realize it. But anyway, I just thought that was kind of interesting. It made me think of her when I was listening to that. Grandma Chachi says, it scares me she's going to walk. That's just my opinion. I'm not sold that this is going to work. I want to hear these closing arguments maybe.
Yeah.
The reason I was saying I need to hear from Megan if I'm a juror is I need more than, oh, the evidence might be contaminated. I need to know what she believed happened from someone that would know, to let her off the hook.
Right.
I would need that. So, I don't know. We'll see if it was a mistake or not. It might just be because of her. She's such a ridiculous liar, a constant liar, that he may have just felt like it's just too dangerous to put her on the stand, that she could do anything up there. And then just another thought I had, and I know this is, I hate it for her in a way. I hate that she completely destroyed her life, her child's life. I do feel some sadness for her, and whatever happened, it's just a waste. It's a waste all the way around, and I don't know. However this happened, though, she is too dangerous to be allowed in society. Anyone capable of that,
Right.
I think, is not someone you can. I am a rehabilitation person, so I think we generally over-criminalize everything, and not criminalize the things that should.
Right.
The harm to children seems like those people walk all the time. Other things get more serious sentences. She, to me, though, is not someone I'm interested in rehabilitating. Anyone that could do that to a child, too dangerous in my mind to be allowed back into society. Just my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, this is all alleged at this point. We'll just have to see what happens legally, though. And that's just my opinion. Welcome in, Blue Eyes,
Jewel.
Or
Welcome.
good to see you here.
Yeah. Okay, we did hear that.
Yeah, we did hear that. It was great. I mean, I love those guys. So, yeah, it's always kind of fun to hear that, nice things. And yeah, so that's great. I'm a fan of those guys. I think Josh is like, what's so great about Josh is he can do anything as a broadcaster. Like, he can be really funny. He can dig deep on the true crime.
Mm-hmm.
He's great at interviews. And when he wants to, he can get into that emotional storyteller place too. So
Josh is very talented.
He's got a very wide range of talent as a broadcaster, which he's just very talented, and he's got the great voice. I mean, he's just got it all. And then Dr. Gary is just brilliant. What I always think about with Gary is him talking about trolls, and he's just like, it's just, I can't think of how he said it exactly, but it's something along the lines of, you just learn there's just these people that just want to watch the world burn. And I think of that all the time with these different channels and stuff. There are people that just want to watch the world burn, and there's just nothing you can do about those people. Well, let's. I'm going to see if I can get us caught up here. Maybe they are back. They were going to be gone for, they said, an hour and a half or so. So I'm going to see if they have returned. Okay, so they do come back in.
Let's just go ahead and play it. We can talk over it until they start talking.
Do you have anything you want to add before I do that?
I felt I mean, I kind of stated this already, but I kind of felt like that it would be tighter, how they would bring it all in with all the evidence they showed. I felt like it was going to all come full circle, and and I feel a little I don't know, disappointed by that.
I need, well, maybe they'll do that in the closing argument. Maybe they'll lay out a little more definitively what they think happened. Maybe. But I also need from the defense. I need them to say what happened somehow.
Right.
For as
Like,
a jury,
at least tell us what they want.
Your theory.
Yeah.
I mean, I know that's not the letter of the law. It's not, the case is on the state to make the case. I get that, but that's just the way I would be feeling on the jury. What we could do a poll, Henhouse. What kind of poll do you want to do? Like guilty or innocent? How we think it'll go? Is that what you kind of mean?
Well, let's wait till everything is stated.
It looks like possibly. Yeah, I think that's possible. Yeah, okay, we can wait. Yeah, we'll do a poll when they for sure when they go to jury. Yes, that's what she means. She means do a poll on
Absolutely.
Yeah, we'll do that. So let's see. I'll play this.
I think I can go ahead. I wanted to give everybody a chance to hear it.
I'll pull this up now.
I can't believe I went out and bought chairs. If this is wrapping up, I'm just kidding. Yeah, you can go ahead a little more. I don't know.
Yeah.
Oh wait, they might be getting to it. Actually, he's standing.
Yeah.
All right.
I can't believe it.
I'm going to ask this one last time.
You
Have
would-
y'all reviewed the final charge or the charge in its final form?
I have, Judge.
And on behalf of the state, General, do you accept the charge as written?
Yes, Judge.
Mr. Scott, on
Oh, wait.
behalf of the defendant, do you
Can
accept
you hold
the
on?
charge as written?
Yeah.
Sir.
All right.
I just saw that it is Susan's birthday, so
Uh,
you have to figure out how to do the birthday video.
Oh, I know. Do I have to take this off to do it?
No, you don't.
Okay. I saw the birthday somewhere.
Go down. Happy birthday, Susan.
Happy birthday, Susan. And you're right. Any day is a good day like that, right?
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday, Susan. We do appreciate you being here. And let's see how I get back to that.
Okay.
And then
You're doing so good. I'm so
there.
proud of him.
I mean,
guys.
I'm just like Spielberg over here.
What I'm going to do, it's 81 pages long.
Is she shaking or is it the camera?
I'm going to bring them in, give them the charge. I'll probably, of course, I have to read all the judgment forms. Oh, if you look at it on page 49, I'm going to read down to
I
we'll
am.
stop where it says when you retire to the jury room. I'm going to wait and give them that part after y'all argue. I would ask if the state's ready, but I think General Harper just left.
He's coming right back. He left his copy of the jury instructions on his desk. He's just grabbing them. The state is otherwise ready.
And I won't say it. I'm sure I won't think to say it, but the presentment is required to go back with the jury charge, and it's in the back of the book.
Your Honor, count 18, was that redacted out? Just making sure.
Yep.
Yeah.
Thought we did. Yep. All right. Is the state ready to proceed? Defense ready to proceed?
Yes, Judge.
Then let's bring the jury in.
I see people saying 81 pages. They're about to read 81 pages.
Are you serious? He's going to read us 81 pages.
I guess.
Should we make it go faster?
What is it?
I don't know what's going on.
I guess some people have seen ahead, but I guess he's about to read 81 pages without taking a drink. But then he does it much faster.
Spoiler alert.
You may be seated. Thank you.
We'll do it on double speed.
Yes, we'll double up on that. Oh, jury
In
instructions.
the criminal court for Sullivan County, Tennessee, at Blumble, State of Tennessee versus Megan Boswell, defendant, case number S72869, date February 3rd through 12, 2025. Count 1, first degree premeditated murder. Count 2, first degree murder in the perpetration of a felony. Count 3, first degree murder in the perpetration of a felony. Count 4, aggravated child abuse. Count 5, aggravated child neglect. Count 6, tampering with evidence. Count 7 through 17, false report. Count 19, abuse of a corpse. Count 20, failure to report a death under suspicious, unusual, or unnatural circumstances. Jury instructions. Members of the jury. Count 1 of the presentment charges the defendant Megan Boswell with the offense of premeditated first-degree murder. This offense embraces the lesser included offenses.
Wait, so did they not do a closing statement?
Facilitation of premeditated first-degree murder, attempt to commit premeditated first-degree murder, facilitation of attempt to commit premeditated first-degree murder, second-degree murder,
Thank you,
facilitation of
Crafty.
second-degree murder, attempt to commit second-degree murder, facilitation of attempt to commit
So
second-degree
this
murder,
we could double time,
voluntary
right?
manslaughter,
Mhm.
facilitation of voluntary manslaughter, attempt to commit voluntary manslaughter, facilitation of attempt to commit voluntary manslaughter, reckless homicide, facilitation of reckless homicide, criminally negligent homicide, facilitation of criminally negligent homicide, child abuse, child neglect,
Yeah, you're
attempt to commit child abuse, attempt to commit child neglect, assault, attempt to commit assault, and misdemeanor reckless endangerment. Count 2 of the presentment charges the defendant Megan Boswell with the offense of first-degree murder and the perpetration of a felony. This offense embraces the lesser included offenses of facilitation of first-degree murder and
Is
Okay,
this,
that's a
is this
little
too,
too
this is
fast.
too fast, right?
Facilitation of attempt to commit first-degree murder and the perpetration of a felony. Second-degree murder, facilitation of second-degree murder, attempt to commit second-degree murder, facilitation of attempt to commit second-degree murder, voluntary manslaughter, facilitation of voluntary manslaughter, attempt to commit voluntary manslaughter, facilitation of attempt to commit voluntary manslaughter, reckless homicide, facilitation of reckless homicide, criminally negligent homicide, facilitation of criminally negligent homicide, child abuse, attempt to commit child abuse, assault, attempt to commit assault, and misdemeanor reckless endangerment.
Good to see
Count 3
you,
of the
Ms.
presentment charges
Warrior.
the defendant Megan Boswell with the offense of first-degree murder in the perpetration of a felony. This offense embraces the lesser included offense of facilitation of first-degree murder and perpetration of a felony, attempt to commit first-degree murder in the perpetration of a felony, facilitation of attempt to commit first-degree murder in the perpetration of a felony, second-degree murder, facilitation of second-degree murder, attempt to commit second-degree murder, facilitation of attempt to commit second-degree murder, voluntary manslaughter, facilitation of voluntary manslaughter, attempt to commit voluntary manslaughter, facilitation of attempt to commit voluntary manslaughter, reckless homicide, facilitation of reckless homicide,
Yeah.
criminally negligent homicide, facilitation of criminally negligent homicide.
Watching his
Child neglect,
mouth
attempt to
move
commit
fast
child
is kind of
neglect, assault,
entertaining.
Attempt to commit assault and misdemeanor reckless endangerment. Count 4 of the presentment charges the defendant Megan Boswell with the offense of aggravated child abuse. This offense embraces the lesser included offenses of facilitation of aggravated child abuse, attempt to commit aggravated child abuse,
Yeah.
facilitation of attempt to commit aggravated child abuse, aggravated assault, facilitation of aggravated assault, attempt to commit aggravated assault, facilitation of attempt to commit aggravated assault, reckless aggravated assault, facilitation of reckless aggravated assault, misdemeanor reckless endangerment, child abuse, attempt to commit child abuse, assault, and attempt to commit assault. Count 5 of the presentment charges the defendant, Megan Boswell, with the offense of aggravated child neglect. This offense embraces the lesser included offense of facilitation of aggravated child neglect, attempt to commit aggravated child neglect, facilitation of attempt to commit aggravated child neglect, aggravated assault, facilitation of aggravated assault, attempt to commit aggravated assault.
I have it on
facilitation
1.5
of attempt to commit aggravated assault,
speed.
reckless aggravated assault, facilitation of reckless aggravated assault, misdemeanor reckless endangerment, child neglect, attempt to commit child neglect, assault, attempt to commit assault. Count 6 of the presentment charges the defendant, Megan Boswell, with the offense of tampering with evidence. This offense embraces the lesser included offense of facilitation of tampering with evidence, attempt to commit tampering with evidence, and facilitation of attempt to commit tampering with evidence. Count 7 through 17 of the presentment charges the defendant, with Megan Boswell, with the offense of false report. This offense embraces the lesser included offenses of attempt to commit false report. Count 19 of the presentment charges the defendant, Megan Boswell, with the abuse of a corpse. This offense embraces the lesser included offense of facilitation of abuse of a corpse and attempt to commit abuse of a corpse. Count 20 of the presentment charges the defendant, Megan Boswell, with the offense of failure to report a death under suspicious, unusual, or unnatural circumstances. This offense embraces the lesser included offense of attempt to commit failure to report a death under suspicious, unusual, or unnatural circumstances. The presentment in this case is the formal written accusation charging the defendant with these charges. It is not evidence against the defendant and does not create any inference of guilt. To this presentment and each offense charged and included therein, the defendant has entered a plea of not guilty.
I'm
The
playing
evidence
it
in
this
case has been
fast.
completed. Final arguments will take place momentarily. Now it is my duty to instruct you.
I can
as to the law.
I
All
can speed it up or
applicants
slow
in
it
this case
down,
state these
actually.
instructions, and it is your duty to carefully consider all of them. The order in which these instructions are given is no indication.
I'm not
of
even
the importance.
listening. I don't know about
should
you
not single
guys.
out any one or more of them to the exclusion of another or others, but should consider each one in light of and in harmony with the others. At times during the trial, I have ruled upon the admissibility of evidence. You must not concern yourself with these rulings. Neither by such rulings, these instructions,
Okay, so
nor any other
Sierra's
remarks that I have
saying
made
speed it
do I
up.
mean to indicate any opinion as to the facts.
We
or
could
to
just
the
skip it.
Statements, arguments, and remarks of counsel are intended to
Yeah.
help you in understanding the
I
evidence
just
and applying
don't
the
want to
law
miss
and
when he
not
comes back.
If any statements were made,
Well,
you believe are
he's not.
supported by the
I mean,
evidence, you should
they
disregard
went.
them.
All right.
They went
As to any
out.
question to which an objection was sustained, you must not speculate as to what the answer might have been, or as to the reason for the
I
objection.
mean,
I mean,
nobody's.
it just
there's
sounds like
nothing-
noise to me. I don't know about you guys.
I don't think there's anything to learn from that.
I'd
Such a matter
rather
as to inflict
do something else while we're waiting. I'd rather
regard form.
look
If
at
you have
funny
reasonable doubt,
videos or do something else.
charged in the presentment,
I don't know. How do you guys feel?
bodily injury, or defined
Well,
for you
it's, I mean, we're still pretty far behind.
Yeah, but I think they're out to lunch for an hour.
Defendant's guilt of misdemeanor reckless endangerment is charged in the presentment.
Yeah,
man,
I agree, Karen. We could go over the charges
Purposes of this
ourselves.
count knowingly is defined. And his actions constitute a substantial
Yeah, there's no reason to do all that.
child neglect, maximum fine 5
I mean, we know the charges. We can go over and discuss if we want.
felons.
Yeah,
There's-
everybody's saying skip it.
Yeah, I just don't think there's anything to learn from that.
It's a big nothing burger, Castle says.
The physical part of the crime in order to
That's funny. Yes, it's boring, Angel Wing says. I agree.
count, or you have a reasonable doubt,
So
then you must unanimously.
we could have a verdict tomorrow for all we know.
Women's
14,
Warrior
facilitation
says
of
skip it.
15.
And then we'll chat amongst ourselves.
17, child neglect.
Sierra says,
2,
I'm falling
facilitation of
asleep.
evidence. 3, attempt to
Everybody thinks I'm amazing. Let's see.
Oh, wait, okay. I want to see if he says anything when he
commit not
ends.
guilty or
Okay,
have
you'll
reasonable
have to
doubt
slow
as
it
guilt
down
as to all counts and offenses,
towards
and
the
you have to return a
end.
verdict
Yeah, he's
not guilty
almost
and acquit the
done.
defendant. In considering the charged offense and lesser included offenses in each count, in this case, do not consider punishment.
I agree,
If you
Wendy.
find the defendant guilty,
I just want to hear whatever he says at the
of
end of
any
this.
offenses of any count,
Type it.
the court will set punishment at a separate sentencing hearing.
I watch it and lost
Oh.
part of my soul.
I want to come up here for a second.
Okay, so
Oh, sorry.
I think you just would have imagined the defense would have had some witnesses.
I don't know. I was expecting the defense to have some type of, I don't know, defense.
Yeah, most estimations I was hearing was 2 to 4 weeks. And we're just 7 days in.
And this is like the best mood I've been in all week. And we're not even going to get to be here all day, like 7 hours every day.
Oh, that's a good poll. How long before the jury comes back?
Oh, okay. I'll do that next. Guidance. The new chairs are good. Our behinds were so damaged from the last few days. It's hard to tell if it's the chair or if it's us. I think that we're just damaged. It's better. But I think that being, back in our normal lives where we're up and down and running around all the time will help in the healing of our behinds, because we most certainly were not expecting, I think, to be in the seats for like 7 hours a day.
Did they have witnesses and just decide against them? I don't know.
Ooh, that's a good question.
question.
W. Smith, I love it. Good thinking.
And someone else had something. I don't know if I've
Thank
said
you,
hello to
Kelly.
you yet, Castle, but welcome in. Mrs. E, did you hear this morning the judge was debating televising it?
Debating televising what?
I'm guessing court TV and all this.
Why?
I don't know. I mean, you made it this far. Why not just see it out?
Auntie's going to lose her gourd when we tell her all this stuff. She's going to be not happy. She's like, I'll be back tomorrow. Well, it might be over by tomorrow.
Crafting and True Crime asks, will we cover another trial or is it not for us? There's a certain trial in Sumner County we would definitely cover. Should
in person.
Should that happen? I've liked doing this a lot.
I have too. I loved two things. Tai Bay, if something crazy happens, I will get Aunt E for wherever she is and make her go live with us. And then Diane, that's very sweet of you. We have kind of put our lives on hold a bit. We've tried to work around it. I have enjoyed it though. I love getting to know you guys. I kind of know what to expect when it's weird. I know that we're not hearing your voices, but in chat, I just kind of know what to expect from you guys. And it's been so much fun just kind of getting closer.
Because when we do our other streams on Sebastian, it's less interactive because we usually kind of have an idea of what we're wanting to present.
Right.
And we're not really communicating as much with the chat. So it's nicer that way.
Yeah. If that trial ever comes about, we'll have to do a meet and greet because so many people will probably be coming.
Whoa. We
missed something.
We got a sidebar.
What?
Isn't this a sidebar?
Is it? All right.
I don't know if that was a technical sidebar, but I just wanted to play it.
He thinks the sidebar thing's funny.
I'm learning how to do stuff, so I wanted to play the video.
Well, see, don't you feel more empowered now that I've taught you how to do this?
Yes,
you can do it now.
I can do more. I still can't set it up. Like once it's set up, I think I can do it.
That we'll work on baby steps. Yeah. We'll do one thing at a time. I think we should do another case. Someone earlier mentioned another case to us that's going on as well with a piano player, and I missed it.
That was crafting.
Ladies and gentlemen, remember
in South Carolina, I think somewhere.
You go back there and you select a 4-person. This is the official jury charge. Okay. And I'm not going to take up your books and make a change in every one of your books and hand them back out. Otherwise, we'd be here till later tonight. So I'm going to make the change on page 48. And when you deliberate, you go by what this black notebook says. Can everybody do that? Everybody's shaking their head yes. All right. Let me start that over. If after your deliberations you find the defendant guilty of first-degree murder, we will then proceed to sentencing and you will set the punishment. If you find the defendant guilty of any offense in counts 4 through 20, the court will set the punishment at a separate sentencing hearing. You'll be provided with forms for all possible verdicts in this case, and it will be at the back of these instructions. The jury, the jury will mark the appropriate verdict on the form by checking the box next to your verdict, and your 4-person will sign and date the verdict form. Now, in your books, you don't have, you may have. You have verdict forms? All right. This goes back to what I said about the original notebook. You use the verdict forms in this black notebook. All right. Verdict form count 1. We, the jury, find the defendant Megan Boswell mark the appropriate 1. Checkbox 1, guilty of first-degree murder. Or checkbox 2, guilty of facilitation of first-degree murder. Find amount $ blank, not more than $50,000. Or checkbox 3, guilty of attempt to commit first-degree murder. Find amount $ blank, not more than $50,000. Or checkbox 4, guilty of facilitation of attempt to commit first-degree murder. Find amount $ blank, not more than $25,000. Or checkbox 5, guilty of second-degree murder. Find amount $ blank, not more than $50,000. Or checkbox 6, guilty of facilitation of second-degree murder, fine amount $ blank, not more than $25,000. Verdict form, count 1 continued, checkbox 7, guilty of attempt to commit second-degree murder, fine amount $ blank, not more than $25,000. Or checkbox 8, guilty of facilitation of attempt to commit second-degree murder, fine amount $ blank, not more than $10,000. Or checkbox 9, guilty of voluntary manslaughter, fine amount $ blank, not more than $10,000. Or checkbox 10, guilty of facilitation of voluntary manslaughter, fine amount $ blank, not more than $5,000. Or checkbox 11, guilty of attempt to commit voluntary manslaughter, fine amount $ blank, not more than $5,000. Or checkbox 12, guilty of facilitation of attempt to commit voluntary manslaughter, fine amount $ blank, not more than $3,000. Or checkbox 13, guilty of reckless homicide, fine amount $ blank, not more than $5,000. Or checkbox 14, guilty of facilitation of reckless homicide, fine amount $ blank, not more than $3,000. Excuse me. Or verdict form, count 1 continued, checkbox 15, guilty of criminally negligent homicide, fine amount $ blank, not more than $3,000. Or checkbox 16, guilty of facilitation of criminally negligent homicide, fine amount $ blank, not more than $2,500. Or checkbox 17, guilty of child abuse, fine amount $ blank, not more than $2,500. Or checkbox 18, guilty of child neglect, fine amount $ blank, not more than $2,500. Or checkbox 19, guilty of attempt to commit child abuse, fine amount $ blank, not more than $500. Or checkbox 20, guilty of attempt to commit child neglect, fine amount $ blank, not more than $500. Or checkbox 21, guilty of assault, fine amount $ blank, not more than $2,500. Or checkbox 22, guilty of attempt to commit assault, fine an amount of $ blank, not more than $500. Or verdict form, count 1 continued, checkbox 23, guilty of misdemeanor reckless endangerment, fine amount $ blank, not more than $2,500. Or checkbox 24, not guilty, 4-person signature line date blank. Verdict form, count 2, with jury, find the defendant Megan Boswell, marked appropriate 1. Checkbox 1, guilty of first-degree murder in the perpetration of a felony. Or checkbox 2, guilty of facilitation of first-degree murder in the perpetration of a felony, fine amount $ blank, not more than $50,000. Or checkbox 3, guilty of attempt to commit first-degree murder in the perpetration of a felony, fine amount $, blank, not more than $50,000. Or checkbox 4, guilty of facilitation of attempt to commit first-degree murder in the perpetration of a felony, fine amount $, blank, not more than $25,000. Or checkbox 5, guilty of second-degree murder, fine amount $, blank, not more than $50,000. Or verdict form count 2 continued, checkbox 6, guilty of facilitation of second-degree murder, fine amount $, blank, not more than $25,000. Or checkbox 7, guilty of attempt to commit second-degree murder, fine amount.
They welcome in Veronica. They do have that in Tennessee now, but my understanding is that because she was just 18 years old and it was really her first criminal, arrest and all of that, that what wouldn't be the appropriate punishment to seek in this case. And I think the family also did not want that. That's my understanding for the reasoning. But yeah, they could have.
$ blank, not more than $25,000. Or checkbox 8, guilty of facilitation of attempt to commit second-degree murder, fine amount $ blank, not more than $10,000. Or checkbox 9, guilty of voluntary manslaughter, fine amount $ blank, not more than $10,000. Or checkbox 10, guilty of facilitation of voluntary manslaughter, fine amount $ blank, not more than $5,000. Checkbox 11, guilty of attempt to commit voluntary manslaughter, fine amount $ blank, not more than $5,000. Or checkbox 12, guilty of facilitation of attempt to commit voluntary manslaughter, fine amount $ blank, not more than $3,000. Or checkbox 13, guilty of reckless homicide, fine amount $ blank, not more than $5,000. Or verdict form count 2 continued, checkbox 14, guilty of facilitation of reckless homicide, fine amount $ blank, not more than $3,000. Or checkbox 15, guilty of criminally negligent homicide, fine amount $ blank, not more than $3,000. Or checkbox 16, guilty of facilitation of criminally negligent homicide, fine amount $ blank, not more than $2,500. or checkbox 17, guilty of child abuse, find amount, dollar sign blank, not more than 2,500, or checkbox 18, guilty of attempt to commit child abuse, find amount, dollar sign blank, not more than 500, or checkbox 19, guilty of assault, find amount, dollar sign blank, not more than 2,500, or checkbox 20, guilty of attempt to commit assault, find amount, dollar sign blank, not more than 500, or verdict form count 2 continued. Checkbox 21, guilty of misdemeanor reckless endangerment, fine amount, dollar sign blank, not more than 2,500, or checkbox 22, not guilty. 4-person signature line date blank. Verdict form count 3. We, the jury, find the defendant, Megan Boswell, mark the appropriate 1. Checkbox 1,
Thank you, Dr.
guilty of
Rose.
first-degree murder and perpetration of a felony, or checkbox 2, guilty of facilitation of first-degree murder and perpetration of a felony. Fine amount, dollar sign blank, not more than $50,000, or checkbox 3, guilty of attempt to commit first-degree murder and perpetration of a felony. Fine amount, dollar sign blank, not more than $50,000, or checkbox 4, guilty of facilitation of attempt to commit first-degree murder in the perpetration of a felony. Fine amount, dollar sign blank, not more than $25,000, or checkbox 5, guilty of second-degree murder. Fine amount, dollar sign blank, not more than $50,000, or verdict form count 3 continued.
I think a lot of people
Checkbox
feel this
6,
way,
guilty of
Veronica.
facilitation of second-degree murder. Fine amount, dollar sign blank, not more than $25,000, or checkbox 7, guilty of attempt to commit second-degree murder. Fine amount, dollar sign blank, not more than $25,000, or checkbox 8, guilty of facilitation of attempt to commit second-degree murder. Fine amount, dollar sign blank, not more than $10,000, or checkbox 9, guilty of voluntary manslaughter. Fine amount, dollar sign blank, not more than $10,000, or checkbox 10, guilty of facilitation of voluntary manslaughter. Fine amount, dollar sign blank, not more than $5,000, or checkbox 11, guilty of attempt to commit voluntary manslaughter. Fine amount, dollar sign blank, not more than $5,000, or checkbox 12, guilty of facilitation of attempt to commit voluntary manslaughter. Fine amount, dollar sign blank, not more than $3,000, or checkbox 13, guilty of reckless homicide. Fine amount, dollar sign blank, not more than $5,000, or verdict form count 3 continued. Checkbox 14, guilty of facilitation of reckless homicide. Fine amount, dollar sign blank, not more than $3,000, or checkbox 15, guilty of criminally negligent homicide. Fine amount, dollar sign blank, not more than $3,000, or checkbox 16, guilty of facilitation of criminal negligent homicide. Fine amount, dollar sign blank, not more than $2,500, or checkbox 17, guilty of child neglect. Fine amount, dollar sign blank, not more than $2,500, or checkbox 18, guilty of attempt to commit child neglect. Fine amount, dollar sign blank, not more than $500, or
It's East Tennessee, and he went to Tennessee.
Fine amount, dollar sign blank, not more than $2,500, or checkbox 20, guilty of attempt to commit assault. Fine amount, dollar sign blank, not more than $500, or verdict form count 3 continued. Checkbox 21, guilty of misdemeanor reckless endangerment. Fine amount, dollar sign blank, not more than $2,500, or checkbox 22, not guilty. 4-person signature line date blank. Verdict form count 4, we, the jury, find the defendant, Megan Boswell, mark appropriate 1. Checkbox 1, guilty of aggravated child abuse. Fine amount, dollar sign blank, not more than $50,000, or checkbox 2, guilty of facilitation of aggravated child abuse. Fine amount, dollar sign blank, not more than $25,000, or checkbox 3, guilty of attempt to commit aggravated child abuse. Fine amount, dollar sign blank, not more than $25,000, or checkbox 4, guilty of facilitation of attempt to commit aggravated child abuse. Fine amount, dollar sign blank, not more than $10,000, or checkbox 5, guilty of aggravated assault, not more than, fine amount, dollar sign blank, not more than $10,000, or checkbox 6, guilty of facilitation of aggravated assault. Fine amount, dollar sign blank, not more than $5,000, or verdict form count 4 continued.
Sullivan County.
Checkbox 7, guilty of attempt to commit aggravated assault. Fine amount, dollar sign blank, not more than $5,000, or checkbox 8, guilty of facilitation of attempt to commit aggravated assault. Fine amount, dollar sign blank, not more than $3,000, or checkbox 9, guilty of reckless aggravated assault. Fine amount, dollar sign blank, not more than $5,000, or checkbox 10, guilty of facilitation of reckless aggravated assault. Fine amount, dollar sign blank, not more than $3,000, or checkbox 11, guilty of assault. Fine amount, dollar sign blank, not more than $2,500, or checkbox 12, guilty of attempt to commit assault. Fine amount, dollar sign blank, not more than $500, or checkbox 13, guilty of misdemeanor reckless endangerment. Fine amount, dollar sign blank, not more than $2,500, or checkbox 14, guilty of child abuse. Fine amount, dollar sign blank, not more than $2,500, or verdict form count 4 continued. Checkbox 15, guilty of attempt to commit child abuse. Fine amount, dollar sign blank, not more than $500, or checkbox 16, not guilty. 4-person signature line date blank. Verdict form count 5, we, the jury, find the defendant, Megan Boswell, mark the appropriate 1. Checkbox 1.
I wouldn't have done
guilty of
this
aggravated
if I
child
realized it
neglect.
was going to be
Find
like
amount
this.
$sign
Why
blank,
don't
not
you
more
just-
than $50,000
But we're almost there
or
now. Now it's just like,
checkbox
well,
2,
let's just
guilty of
finish it.
facilitation of
He's almost
aggravated
done.
neglect. Find amount
Uh,
$sign blank, not more than 25,000 or checkbox 3, guilty of attempt to commit aggravated child neglect.
I think we're on
Find
17.
amount $sign blank, not more than 25,000 or checkbox 4, guilty of facilitation of attempt to commit aggravated child neglect. Find amount $sign blank, not more than $10,000 or checkbox 5,
I could skip
guilty
ahead
of
here, I
aggravated
guess.
assault.
I mean,
Find
really, what
amount
are
$sign
we?
blank, not more than $10,000 or checkbox 6,
We're
Hi,
probably-
reality.
We're probably almost
guilty of facilitation of aggravated.
to a recess anyway, right?
Yeah, they're going to a recess. Y'all, I can't.
Okay. Let me
It just sounds like.
I just want to hear what he.
Or sympathy, or allow anything but the law and evidence to have any influence upon your verdict. You must render your verdict with absolute fairness and impartiality as you think justice and truth dictate. If you find the state has proven the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, then you should find her guilty. On the other hand, if you find the state has not proven beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant's guilt, or if you have a reasonable doubt as to her guilt, then you must find the defendant not guilty. I'm going to stop right there. Is there lunch here? Your lunch is here. I'm going to let you go eat. I want
wish
you to
my
take
lunch
your
was
notebooks
here.
and sit them on your chair and leave them out here. I'm going to have you go with the officer, eat lunch. When we come back,
Womp womp.
parties will
Womp
argue.
womp womp womp.
Then I will finalize the charge.
Everyone stand, please.
So they're having lunch. So that's
Okay.
at least an
Okay,
hour
just
for
pull
them.
it down, please. Ugh.
All right. Let me see how to do that. There we go.
Ugh.
Sorry about that. I'm just going to fast forward, make sure they're not back or anything.
Rita's saying yes.
Uh,
Keep going. You can always go back. It doesn't look like it. No, it's not
no,
back
not
yet. Okay, sorry, I misunderstood.
So,
Hi, Mohawk Mom. Welcome in. We're just chitting and chatting.
yeah. So they're going to lunch.
Right. Well, that was just as much as I would like to try to comprehend, there was no way I could listen to all that. And I feel bad for him even having to read all that. That's
You'd
crazy.
feel like you'd be like, here's the sheets, just sign, but they got to do it that way. So people have been kind of discussing what kind of punishments they'd like. There's a lot of eye for an eye.
Well, I'm with reality. No baby daddy. That makes me mad. I would love to know who the baby daddy is.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm just, things have just been a little. I was expecting a baby daddy. I was expecting all kinds of stuff. Aunt E, I figured you were poolside. Auntie says she's poolside listening. Okay, we couldn't continue to listen to the charges and the instructions for the jury because that was just more than we could handle. No baby daddy revealed. Defense did nothing. I mean, nothing.
Yeah, they literally did not. They just tried for an acquittal.
Auntie, if you want to call in, you can call in, and I can not put you on camera if you want. Just FYI.
I know. I think this is crazy too. Reality. Only a week. That's wild. I don't know if that's a good or bad thing. I don't feel like. I don't know. I don't feel like it was laid out well enough unless you're going to do it in the closing arguments. They haven't really said what they think happened.
No.
They haven't said what day. They haven't said when
They
the
haven't said
baby was
anything.
moved. They haven't really established. They really haven't established a lot.
Oh, Mohawk Mom
timeline.
says they should be back 15 minutes after the hour.
Okay, so we got about 15 minutes here.
Well, welcome in, everybody.
I am too.
Let's see what our poll's doing.
Well,
Our poll says, okay, hold on. I got to make it. So far, our poll is, will Megan Boswell be found guilty? 79% yes, 0% no, and 21% says yes, but not all charges. So.
Boy, I guess if I would say yes, I think she'll be found guilty, but I don't feel like it's I don't feel 100% on it
Mm-hmm.
because I think they really didn't do a timeline. They never really say what day they believe she passed.
Mm-hmm.
They haven't established when the baby was moved and where.
If the baby was moved, right?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it would. The baby would have had to been moved regardless, though, right?
I don't know. I'm just not. I mean, I think they will, just because of her lies. Her lies did her in a lot of ways, because it's so obvious that she was covering up
I hope that's
whatever
what they
happened
do.
to her daughter.
Did you see what Auntie said?
Okay, so Auntie says usually they have a scenario that they present, so it gives the jury a timeline and steps taken to unalive her. So we should get that in the closing arguments, I hope. But they haven't really, with the witnesses and everything and all the expert testimony, they never did. They just never. I just thought we'd have a little more, tracking of cell phones at locations.
Mm-hmm. And I'm going to have to go do something, so you may have to run this on your own.
Yeah, that's fine. One of us needs to take care of lunch for everybody.
I understand that too.
So I can do that, or you can do that, or however you like.
Yeah. We need Auntie here. Quit laying by the pool and get on the live stream.
Yeah, they can't give a time of death. It was cold in that playhouse, so the body was basically in a refrigerator. It was preserved, so they can't pinpoint a date. Right. And that, as gross as it is, that's where the maggot stuff comes in. And they didn't really find them there.
Oh, okay.
But that's part of why they can't do that. But still, they were kind of narrowing it down as far as when people last saw her, and then when her stories started getting weird.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just going to say this may have been discussed, but does anyone else think this may have been botched or covered up prior to TBI getting involved? I don't know that we've really talked about that as a possibility.
I don't know. I just watching the police officers from Sullivan County handle her. I thought they did a pretty good job of handling her.
Yeah. They were onto her right away.
Yes.
So her lies weren't working. The mistakes that they might have made, or at least that the defense is trying to say, is that they may have contaminated the crime scene of the body, because she got some hair or some leaves in her hair that shouldn't.
Yeah.
So that might be a mistake someone made.
Real Me Too. They could have called in a bug expert to narrow it down. That's true. And Blue Eyes, Jewel, makes you wonder if the father knows and if he knows the child's deceased. Yeah. I know. I mean, at this point, if you are the father and you don't know, would you want to know? That was your child? Well,
the timing wise, the father has probably figured it out.
Oh, that's true. That's true. He probably just doesn't want his name involved in all this.
I mean, for what purpose at this point? He'll never know her.
That's exactly right, Taibei.
Yeah,
exactly right.
I know. I wonder if that's how that happened, or if he knew all along or not.
See, Nicey Marie agrees with me. Oh, wow. Okay. Well, we're not local, so.
Tennessee Nurse is listening to locals speak of how much stuff is covered and how much trouble Hunter had been in the past, but was thrown out.
No, God's Girl, 1971. Ethan is not the father of Evelyn, but we do not know who the father is.
Yeah, a DNA test was done, and they ruled Ethan out.
And Teresa says, I heard a name of the baby daddy as Eric Smith. And I don't remember us talking about an Eric, but that would add one more to our booty board.
In Tennessee Nurse, as far as Hunter goes, we considered him being maybe involved in some way, but the way the evidence played out this week, it's really hard to imagine he had any involvement, because even in December, when Evelyn's gone, she's communicating with Hunter. She's lying to Hunter about where Evelyn is. So if it's a conspiracy between those two where they both were there when Evelyn passed or had something to do with it, then there'd be no reason for Megan to be lying to Hunter about Evelyn being with Ethan and other places. And they show several of their text messages, and he is clearly getting, as time goes on and gets clearly is frustrated and not trusting her anymore. So I don't think Hunter had any involvement at all or knowledge of what happened to her. The reason it looked like that to us at first was because he went into a mental institution two months before this trial started. And I think, the cynical sides of us, we were all kind of thinking, maybe that was a ruse to get out of having to appear in court and incriminate himself and, and all of that. But it's been suggested that it's a schizophrenia issue for him. And that folks in our chat basically told us that they've had several friends and family that have had those kinds of diagnoses, and that it can be brought on by emotional trauma in your early adult years for males. So maybe it's legitimate. Maybe the trauma of being accused, of being involved.
Everyone was people were asking about Evelyn's headstone.
I had not seen this.
So this is Evelyn's headstone. It's interesting that they don't have a date.
Well,
yeah, because we don't know exactly.
I don't know. Did they say? I don't know if they said he was voluntarily or involuntarily committed. I don't think they said that either way. This was Hunter's father with that testimony. Okay, Melissa says he was involuntarily placed in the facility.
I think that's what they said.
Okay, I didn't remember that detail.
I think they said that this morning. Hi, Bear Honey.
I wasn't impressed. Not with all this time in this high profile of a case. Their questions were strange.
Oh, okay.
They
Nicey Marie says her grandfather. Mm-hmm. So we mean, do we mean Evelyn's grandfather like Tommy?
Tommy's father?
Is it Tommy's father or Tommy?
Yeah, probably Tommy.
I don't think I have the pictures of the trailer, Sierra.
Yeah, see, several of our folks here have known people with that issue. It's surprisingly, really, it's pretty rare. I've known one person that had it, but I don't know them well enough to know exactly how it all. I just remember she would talk about that she would sometimes she would get the paranoid. She would think she could see the walls breathing and stuff like that, and would convince herself that someone was with her and they weren't, things like that. It's a terrifying way to live.
Real Me Too. Evelyn is at the Glenwood Cemetery and Chapel Mausoleum. I guess that's just listing all the different options in Bristol, Tennessee. And Bristol from here, I think when I looked, because I was going to go to the trial, I think it was going to be close to 4 hours for me because it's up towards Virginia.
Who does it say? Real Me Too was asking where. Do you know which cemetery she's at?
I just said it. The Glenwood Cemetery and Chapel and Mausoleum.
I was reading as you. It is a pretty headstone, actually. Oh, I agree.
There's another sweet picture of her I've never seen before. Look at that.
It's crazy.
I'm going to show it because it's just sweet.
And
Let me find it. Yeah, I was on that.
I just don't.
It's called like it's Find a Grave.
You
But
know,
look at that sweet baby. I mean, look at her.
I know.
Whoops. Look at that sweet baby.
Just
She
just
did not
incredible.
deserve it. I mean, beautiful. Such a baby. Such a precious baby.
I guess we'll never really know, will we? Exactly what happened.
No.
And we're not going to really understand the why. I mean, the prosecution's going to say that it was for her to move on with Hunter. That's going to be
what they're going to say.
That's going to be their theory.
And you know, based on some of those text messages and her, I mean, her changing her last name to Wood when they've only been dating a little while.
Yeah.
There's, you know, he sounds like he was like wanting to help find Evelyn and wanting to know what was going on, and that he did not want her, you know, what was it somebody used yesterday? A stage 5 clinger is what she was.
Yeah. Was it from Wedding Crashers or something, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but she had that. And even if you didn't see, I know some of you didn't see all this testimony or whatever, but there was a part where
sad too much.
Around right before Megan gets arrested, she's trying to talk Hunter into one last trip up to that Mendota area where she claims that camper was at. That, of course, was not true.
Right, where she's trying to get him to take her, or get her to take him.
Pretending that Megan had
take her.
Or that Evelyn had been dropped off in the middle of nowhere 3 days with no food and water, and that she needed to get to her, and she needed Hunter to give her a ride. I mean, just crazy, you know.
Almost like she, you know, like it was trying to get his attention in a weird way, but then didn't. I don't know. It's weird.
It felt like she thought she had one last chance to be with Hunter.
Mm-hmm.
It's what it seemed like, and I don't know. But anyway, we'll never why. Even if she thought the baby was in the way of her life, why she had to do it like this? What prompted this? Unless she's just so psychotic, or was in some kind of inebriated state that she was just out of her mind. It's just, I don't understand. I don't guess we'll ever understand. We'll never know unless she decides one day to talk about what happened.
Perfectly Imperfect Boy Mom says, I saw an interview where he said they weren't serious. And I saw that interview too. And he seemed to act like it was a more casual relationship than she did. And I believe it ruined their restaurant.
Yeah, I think it's gone.
Yeah, it's gone now.
The Chicken Shack.
And, you know, at the time, at first I believed him, and then I got more details, and then I didn't believe him. And then I thought, oh, he's involved. But after seeing those text messages, I think he was just kind of caught in the middle of something. I don't think he had anything to do with it, but I do think it had a toll on him mentally. Also, that and losing his brother.
Yes.
So,
I mean, he's, you know, if you think of it, he's for a young man, he's had a rough few years with all of this. Assuming he's innocent, which I think he is. I haven't seen anything that would convince me otherwise. Going into it, I kind of thought he might, but at this point, I don't. Not after what we've seen.
Yeah, locals were going after him.
Yeah. I mean, and you know, if it turns out he's innocent, this is
Castle says the chat in Court TV says Megan's mom is in jail. That's kind of what I thought. I thought McLeod and Angela were both in jail.
Oh, is this for the car theft or something new?
I have no idea.
Because I don't know if I ever came across what happened with the car situation.
Let me see.
I think Mrs. E is going to try to look this up, find out if we can. It is hard to understand. I do understand, like,
I don't know.
parents
I don't
feeling
see that she's
overwhelmed.
in jail, guys.
I can understand people putting a child up for adoption because they know they're not capable of being a parent. I understand that. That I understand, but just to do this is just
Absolutely. If I was Hunter's dad, I would have been hostile too.
yeah.
But see, that's us. We were kind of like, oh, what's up with this guy? Because we didn't have all the information. And now that we have all the information, I think we can all get on board with Hunter's dad had every right to be hostile.
Oh yeah. And so the locals went after them.
That's terrible. Well, that's just what happens though. I mean, it happens everywhere where people, don't get all the information and go after others. It's really sad.
The rush to judgment.
Right.
And then taking
I mean, we were guilty of it too, though. We were guilty of being like, what's wrong with him? He's got an attitude. He's arrogant,
Yeah, but we're not harassing their restaurants.
Oh, we would never do that.
You know what I mean?
We didn't. We weren't out to ruin lives.
Right.
No, right.
There's the point where people cross the lines.
That's the important part. And by the way, I want to say somebody else overnight, Annette, sent us some more coffee. You guys are sending us coffee now. It's so exciting.
Well, thank you, Annette.
And a spooky girl, Amy, also sent us some coffee. And let's see, Kelsey sent us some coffee. So we are getting coffee. Isn't that sweet?
Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
That is so sweet. We just got coffee galore, and we love coffee.
Yeah. I mean, it's just it's the ripple effect through all these people,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that last medical examiner was pretty awesome. I'm sad I was not here to react with Auntie and Mr. E.
Auntie's reaction was great, though.
Yes, Auntie said some choice words. Good afternoon, Jules.
I mean, that is the last thing. So that's actually the last testimony that you couldn't have scripted that better, probably.
And what cracks me up is like, oh, just dismiss that jury. You can't unhear or unsee things. I'm sorry, you can't. I don't care what their instructions are. Don't consider that.
No, they'll never forget that moment.
No. Uh-oh, we might be getting.
Oh, are we back?
I don't know. Let me check.
I'll make sure we're caught up.
Well, there's definitely audio coming in, so maybe we're getting close, guys.
Yeah. So if you were we've got a lot of folks here. If you're just now joining us, the defense rested, the prosecution rested this morning. The defense tried to have all 20 charges dismissed on acquittal because he was saying that the coroner or the medical examiner would not definitively say that this was a homicide. That's not exactly how that played out, but anyway, the acquittal strategy failed. And
what? The defense attorney was watching court TV
live and reading the chat.
Oh my stars.
Somebody was talking about this the other day, that attorneys will watch shows like this, people that stream these things, to learn how they're being perceived.
Well, I
It's kind of interesting.
This is interesting.
So I apologize to any of the attorneys that if we were complaining about your clothing or your style.
I actually think the defense attorney's style is good. What?
We got a...
What? Is it a sidebar? You guys, any chance? I didn't even think it was that funny, and he has just latched onto that one. He loves it. He loves the sidebar.
I do. It's one of
my
favorites.
I didn't think that they could do that either, Kiki. Welcome in. That's kind of weird, but I mean, makes sense. I wouldn't be doing it during my trial.
So anyway, he came back. He gave instructions to the jury.
No. Shirley, are you sure?
No.
It just started back. They're getting ready to do their closing arguments.
No, they've got to do closing arguments.
Yeah,
So
the jury hasn't gone out yet.
Yeah, they just took a lunch break. And now they'll do closing arguments, I'm assuming this afternoon, unless they just decide to call it a day for some reason.
Jules, no. The defense did not call any witnesses.
Nope. None at all.
Defense ready?
Yes, sir.
If the jury's ready, let's bring them in. Now, I am going to say, hey, Kyle, hold on. Okay. Sorry. We put this down here so y'all can hear me. Can everybody hear me? If there is any outbursts at any time during the state's closing, the defendant's closing, the state's rebuttal, I'll clear the whole courtroom. All right?
So everybody keep your mouth shut.
We can do whatever we like.
I know. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Yeah.
This is why Auntie can't be in a courtroom.
So we're getting right to it, aren't we?
Mm-hmm. Hey, Crafting, tell me about what case that was again. I'm sorry. I meant to write it down and I missed it. Oh, my stars. That's crazy. Castle, that's crazy.
You've got exhibits 1 through 5.
Since it's quiet, if you guys wouldn't mind to go hit that thumbs up, I'd appreciate it.
Separated, right? 93 also. Okay.
Perfectly imperfect. Boy, Mom, I'm not sure if anybody had an outburst previously. I think it was preemptively. There must be a lot of people in the courtroom today. I mean, they've had flashing of lights from photographers, and there was something else where someone was zooming in on the defense attorney's computer, and he's just been really strict with that stuff. I can't really blame him.
Everyone stand, please.
Hopefully we'll get the chance to see justice for Sebastian. It's on Law and Crime. Oh, the case you were telling me about, Crafting? Okay. Uh-oh. Oh, what happened? What happened? Something happened. Did they just kick us out of the courtroom, guys? My guess is, I'm sorry. You can. Did you turn the grill on? Oh, okay. Okay, they're back again. Okay, they're getting ready to do the closing statements, though. Oh, okay. He's gonna start the grill. He wants to make burgers.
If that's okay, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you, Crafting. I'll write it down.
So we've finally reached the point in trial for closing arguments. And what this essentially means is it's an opportunity for the state of Tennessee to go through, talk about the evidence a little bit, reflect on some of the witnesses, because it's been a pretty long, almost 2 weeks. The state will go first. Then one of the defense attorneys will have an opportunity to go. Then the state will go again. And Matt, I'll talk a little more about that in a second, but that's because the state carries the burden of proof. So I think each of you should have a jury instruction pamphlet in front of you. I'm going to ask you if you flip to page number 6. It covers the burden of proof. And it seems like it's a common misnomer for the burden of proof to be appear to be higher than it actually is for the state of Tennessee. And don't get me wrong, it is a high burden, and we gladly carry that burden every step of the way. But when you read about reasonable doubt, and that, of course, the burden never shifts to the defense. The burden is always on the state of Tennessee. It is a burden. It's not absolute certainty. It does not require you to say, I don't know 100% what happened. That is not what is required by the law. It is not absolute certainty. It's essentially, can you go to bed and let your mind rest easy? Can you, actually, I'm going to do one other thing real quick. What I'm asking you to do is essentially use your own common sense. That's one of the most important things. Okay. And I'm going to give an example of what I mean by this, if I can. It's like Wheel of Fortune. Okay. My handwriting's not the best though. But you get the idea here. It's like Wheel of Fortune. When you see a contestant on Wheel of Fortune and they know the answer to the phrase or the statement, they don't have all the letters when they see that phrase, but they know what the answer is. And if the state has done that, we have met our burden. And it's important to note that it's not beyond a shadow of a doubt. It's not absolute certainty. That is not what is required by the law, by the state of Tennessee. So that brings me to some of the arguments that Mr. Scott has made through this trial. They might be on that same page. Probably should have written it. Here it is, page 5. In your instructions, in the second paragraph, it states, statements, arguments, and remarks of counsel are intended to help you in understanding the evidence and applying the law, but they are not evidence. And I beg you to remember that. When Mr. Scott gets back up and makes his arguments, remember that. The things that come out of his mouth and that came out of his mouth during trial, that is not the evidence. He tried to get you to speculate on so many things during this trial. He wanted to throw out strange theories with aluminum foil. He wanted to throw out a term that doesn't even matter anymore, SIDS. That came from his mouth, not either of the doctors, but from Mr. Scott. He's asking you to speculate. That is not evidence. I beg you to only think about the items that were put into evidence, the photographs, the recordings, and what came from the witness stand. Do not let them sway you from what actually happened in this case. He kept mentioning cadaver dogs. He wanted you to think about that. But if you remember the cadaver dogs, Tommy Boswell, on his property, what did we hear him say? The cadaver dogs didn't even go up there by the playhouse. He wants you to believe maybe the body wasn't there at that time. He's trying to throw you off, but he didn't show anything. There's no proof. There's no evidence.
Oh, you know what that means, guys. Oh, wait. We might want to hear this one. Here, we're going to pause it. Oh, you know what? We'll do it later.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to remind you once again, and it's in here in these instructions, but the defendant has no burden to prove anything during this trial. The burden is wholly on the state of Tennessee. Okay? Go ahead, John.
Thank you. And I believe I said that. The state, we gladly carry this burden. But again, what comes out of Mr. Scott's mouth is not evidence. You heard nothing from the witness stand about cadaver dogs. There's no piece of evidence about cadaver dogs. And Mr. Scott said in his opening statement, humans make mistakes. Do you remember that? Dogs also can make mistakes. And if you remember, Agent Fraley and Agent Gratz, both with the TBI, what did they say? They didn't smell anything in that playhouse until they lifted the black bag, and immediately the smell of decomposition hit them. I submit to you, cadaver dogs, what do they work off of? The smell of decomposition. Don't let that fool you. Mr. Scott also talked a lot about Hunter Wood. We heard a lot about Mr. Wood in this trial. Again, did we hear any witness from the witness stand that ever saw Evelyn with Hunter Wood?
Nope.
There wasn't a witness that ever saw Evelyn with Hunter Wood. And if you remember the text messages that we saw yesterday from essentially Hunter's own mouth, it's pretty clear that he's yet another victim of Megan Boswell. She was feeding him the same lines that she was feeding every other person in this case. Mr. Scott brought up the theory of an accident, or the word SIDS. Well, you heard Dr. Malushnik say that in the past 10 years in the state of Tennessee, a child 12 months or older has not passed away from SIDS or sudden unexplained death. Those are statistics from the state of Tennessee. But somehow Mr. Scott wants you to believe that somehow that's how this baby died, even though she has foil wrapped around her head, a blanket wrapped around that, inside a trash bag, upside down in a trash can. Let's go through our timeline just for a minute. What do we know? We know that Evelyn was okay until November of 2019. We know that Evelyn was seen at Thanksgiving by family. And then Megan Boswell started a new job at the Chicken Shack. What do we know after that? Megan Boswell meets Hunter Wood. And we know that Sue Whitson is probably the last person to ever see Evelyn alive again. You remember the picture that Sue took? This is very likely the very last picture of Evelyn Boswell alive. Not taken by Megan Boswell, but taken by the babysitter. Sue Whitson testified that the last time she babysat was the end of November, early December, which just so happened to coincide with when Megan Boswell met Hunter Wood, a guy that she was hoping might change her life. But Evelyn was in the way. What did we hear? Do you remember Megan's friend, Maddie Broom? We heard a little bit about her. Her brother, Stephen Lawrence, tried to help Megan. She drove her to a few of the interviews. And if you remember, Megan was apartment shopping on December 8th. And on that date, Evelyn was not with her. And so Stephen asked her later, after it's been reported that Evelyn's missing, he says, was Evelyn gone by then? And what did Megan say? Yes, Evelyn was gone by then. So that takes our window from December 3rd, essentially when Megan Boswell started working at the Chicken Shack, to December 8th. Evelyn Boswell's 12-month well visit. Do you remember that? Scheduled for December 5th. Megan doesn't call and cancel. She just no-shows. And Casey Saltz, the receptionist there, had to reach out and ask Megan, and Megan gave some excuse. I can't remember what it was. as to why she couldn't bring her. So they rescheduled for the next day. Did Megan show up with Evelyn the next day? No, she didn't. I submit to you, that's because Evelyn was already gone at that point. Casey texts Megan again, and Megan has yet another excuse. The appointment's rescheduled one more time for December 11th, and conveniently, Megan then says, oh, I've decided to change pediatricians. And as we can all imagine, when you change pediatricians, we all know that children have vaccine records and all of the things that come with being, especially that first 12 months of life. They've got a lot of appointments and a lot of vaccinations. So it'd be really, really important to transfer that information to the new pediatrician. Did Megan Boswell do that? No, she didn't. They never got a request from another pediatrician. That was just another line that Megan Boswell told to start trying, I say trying, to cover her tracks. We also know that on December 7th, you saw a text message yesterday from a girl named Haley Marie, and that is the very first time that Megan tells the story her dad has her. December 7th. Keep in mind, Sue Whitson saw Evelyn alive for the last time, and then Megan just stopped showing up. And then by December 7th, she's concocted her plan. And it really explains why so much time goes by. Because I know that's a question we have all had. 2.5 months goes by. 2.5 months. But now we know. We know why. Because Megan Boswell was telling every single person in her family and her closest friends that Evelyn was with her father. So what does a rational person think? Okay, we're glad. I think Tommy even said that from the stand. I was proud of him for stepping up. I was proud of him for stepping up and taking responsibility. But, time continues to pass, and you've heard witnesses, in particularly Bailey and Audrey, Megan's closest friends. They were all starting to talk and to think like something doesn't feel right. Just doesn't feel right. But no one could have known how wrong this was at the time. February 2020, finally, Tommy Boswell says, I've had enough. I want to see my granddaughter. Show her to me by tomorrow, or I'm reporting it to DCS. Well, Megan couldn't do that. Megan knew she couldn't do that because she knew where Evelyn was. We all know where Evelyn was. And so Megan did not produce Evelyn that day. And Tommy finally gets the ball rolling on trying to find this little girl. And they first show up at Hunter Wood's house on the lake in a nice neighborhood. And Megan Boswell's there. But there's no baby. There's no Evelyn. And you remember, the only thing Megan, you remember James Lewis from DCS, the only thing Megan was really able to show was this box from Hunter's bedroom. And you remember what Megan called that box? A memory box. Now, why would you call something a memory box if you are alleging that your child is still alive? This is all Megan Boswell had of Evelyn in that house that she was trying to show DCS that Evelyn was living in. She couldn't show him diapers. She couldn't show him a pack and play. She showed him one outfit that she held up on a hanger, not an outfit that Evelyn had ever worn. There was no evidence that a child had ever been in that house. Now, I'm going to touch on something briefly. If you remember Paul Durant yesterday, going back, I'm trying to just give you a little bit of a timeline. If you remember, he talked about Ethan Perry in the military because Megan Boswell led him to believe that he was the father, even though he had his doubts. She convinced him that he was the father of Evelyn. We know he was not the father. We know that. And he said she was sharing photos daily, constantly sharing photos. Until what day? Do you remember the date? December 3rd. On December 3rd, Megan Boswell stopped sharing photographs of Evelyn. And she continues to send pictures, but if you remember, Agent Durant he's a smart guy. And so he was able to check her full Facebook extraction. And so she continued to send pictures to Ethan, but they weren't recent pictures. It was just another way that she could try to keep this facade going just as long as she could. Mr. Scott wants you to believe that Megan Boswell had a rough life. She was in foster care. But Megan Boswell was in foster care because of Megan Boswell. Because she...
Okay, sorry. I'm going to interrupt here. Sierra, if you listen to what the the district attorney's office is saying here, you will see she's going over all of their evidence and putting it in one tight little package so that we can all understand it. I'm sorry that you are not, or maybe are confused on some of the facts of the trial, but I would suggest maybe going back to day one or going back to a summary of the case. But I would not, I would appreciate it if you'd stop saying that her parents had it. They've proven that Megan did everything. They fingerprints, everything. We've all been here for about 7 days watching this together. And it's just one of those things where you seem like you are misinformed on a lot of the facts. So I would highly appreciate it if you just go back and start from the beginning or watch some summaries, because a lot of the things that you are saying are incorrect. So we are happy that you are here, but a lot of the things that you are saying are incorrect. So anyway, I'm going to get back to it. So but we've all been watching this together for days and done a lot of research on this trial. Well, yeah, I just read the Sierra saying I just read the information on the news where they said it. Well, I don't believe that they said. Megan has said a number of times that Megan's told like what, guys, 20, 30 lies in this whole thing. But the situation is that we have been invested, all of us, most people in this room have been invested in this for days and watched all of the evidence unfold. And I think that you might be misunderstanding what you're hearing. But I'm going to go back to the attorney because she is in a tight package putting this all together for you guys. So I'm not going to keep arguing. I would suggest listening rather than chatting. So thank you.
She would not go to school. She went to foster care because she was truant. And when she left foster care, she went and lived with her dad. And of course, Evelyn was a baby at this point. I think the testimony was from February to March of 2019. And then her dad said, I'm going to get her a trailer, set her up. He bought her a brand new car, buys her a trailer. He's giving her everything she needs to raise this child. And she goes and lives with her mommy, her grandmother, from April until October of 2019. And then finally into the trailer from October to December. I think it's fair to say that she did not live in that trailer with Evelyn for very long. But in that short period of time, this is what she was able to do to that trailer. Can we look at that for a second? That's what she had her child living in. If that's not neglect, she does this in 2 months. Ladies and gentlemen, I beg you to look at these pictures when you go back in the jury room. That, in 2 months, is what the defendant was able to do to the home her dad provided for her and her child. And within 2 months, Evelyn was dead. And I stated there are, maybe it's just my opinion, there are a lot of victims in this case. Bailey Hawkins, her very best friend. Did you see how difficult it was for Bailey to testify? to look at someone that she trusted, that she loved. Audrey Gibbs, same thing. They are also victims of Megan Boswell. And they will also suffer for the rest of their lives because of what Megan Boswell, the web that she created for them all to get caught in. Erica Stacy, who cared about Megan and Evelyn so much, is a victim. Gail Kite, the foster mother, she's a victim. Ethan Perry, who's serving his country, doing absolutely nothing other than his job, gets pulled up into Megan Boswell's web because Megan Boswell is only worried about Megan Boswell. And I'll submit to you that Hunter Wood, the person that they would like to blame somehow, is also a victim of Megan Boswell. She starts with first blaming Ethan Perry. She does that for a few days. And when she quickly realizes, gosh, law enforcement can figure out that I'm not telling the truth here, I guess I better tell something different, then she goes to her mom. She blames her mom, her own mother. She's willing to blame all the time knowing. I mean, we know, let's find the picture. We know where Evelyn was.
Okay, we were warned about this glitch. It's going to come right back. And by the way, Sharon, that is pretty funny. And welcome in, Sharon. Sorry about that, guys. I'm a little more blunt and less, Mr. E is better at being kind. So.
There she is. Evelyn Boswell sat there in that trash can for 2.5 months. And her mom discarded her, not just Evelyn, but everything that was associated with Evelyn. Everything. Because she didn't need it anymore. Everything. She didn't need that stroller anymore, so she left it behind. She didn't need the clothing. Do you remember all the pictures that came in and all of that stuff that was in that shed? Because she didn't need it anymore, because she knew where Evelyn was. The defense wants you to believe that Hunter Wood is the one that backed Megan's car up to that shed in the middle of the day. In the middle of the day, Hunter's just going to go over there. He has a truck. The testimony was that Hunter had a big truck. Now, why in the world, if he had a truck? I mean, this clearly took more than one trip. I guarantee you. Look at all this stuff. They want you to believe that Hunter Wood backed Megan Boswell's car up to that shed that day. Tommy came home. It was in the middle of the day. Where's the diagram? Do you remember the diagram of the scene? Look at this diagram. They somehow want you to believe that Hunter Wood pulls up this driveway and comes to this shed right here, right in front of Omani's house. Tommy's house up on the hill in the middle of the day. Is that reasonable? What is reasonable? How about that Megan Boswell is the one who drove her own vehicle, the vehicle her dad bought for her, up to that shed because Megan Boswell.
Okay. Sorry, Mr. E is back. Whoops. Did I kick you out?
I think I can bring my.
No. Right here. Start cam.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, sorry. Okay.
Yeah, so I caught a little bit of this because I was listening while I was making lunch and everything. But Sierra, I just want to let you know that her reporting to the news and to the authorities, that is one of the crimes she's being charged with. She lied. Even the defense has not tried to allege that the mother had her at any point. So that's completely out the window. There's no Yeah, there's
Oh,
no.
okay. Oh, Sierra's apologizing. She did not realize that those were lies. She was just repeating the news from 2020.
Yeah, she bold-faced lied to multiple people, the news authorities, and everyone. And she's got 20 counts, and 12 of those are this false reporting that she made.
Yeah, and that's the dangers. That's the dangers, and the news was telling the truth that that's what she reported. So it's just unfortunate that she did lie to everyone, but they have proven that with the interrogations and timelines and text messages. And we've been doing this for days and days and days. And I think we all might be on edge about it. So let's all try to be patient with Sierra and catch her up to what's going on.
Well, I mean, that's part of the problems here. You're saying you're from Kingsport, and that's what was in the news. I mean, that's she was trying to mislead the public and everyone else about what she had done and pin it on everybody. She tried to pin it on everyone. Her mother,
right?
The random guy in the camper, her ex-boyfriends, this lady that was on hospice. I mean, she implicated all kinds of people.
I mean,
at different times so that's why she's facing all those falsifying reports. So, if you saw that in the news and that kind of hung in the back of your mind, I get it. But just now know that this is one of the most deceptive, dishonest people I've ever seen. We've heard all her interrogations and her interviews.
It's crazy.
If she's talking, she's lying. This girl was quite a piece of work, but it's okay. You don't have to apologize, but we're happy that you're here. But the mother's off the table. Even the defense never points the finger at the mother.
Yeah, they're showing there's all kinds of forensic proof. So
yeah.
But anyway, we're gonna get back to it.
Before we do, I think she's doing a better job.
I actually am pretty impressed with it so far.
I know people are kind of like, I'd rather see the guy and stuff because he is pretty good too. But this is a stronger appearance by her today than she's maybe done. I mean, I think she did a nice job of the, especially at the beginning where she's laying out that it doesn't have to be, what is it, beyond a reasonable doubt, that the Tennessee's bar is a little bit lower than beyond all shadow of a doubt.
Right.
That it's kind of like if you're playing Wheel of Fortune, you can see the pattern, what the phrase is. You don't have to see every single letter. I thought that was a nice way to put it. She's not polished or whatever, but better than her typical performance, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, we can get back into it.
Go ahead and hit play. No, go ahead and hit play.
Well, it's the one who had a key fob. Remember, there's a gate there that only opens with a key fob. That's the only way a car is coming through that driveway. And Megan Boswell lived there. You just heard that she lived at her dad's house and at her mommy's house. And so they're not going to be surprised if Megan Boswell is on the property. She's the one who dumped Evelyn's property there. She's the one who took the trash can there. Not Hunter, not anyone else. It's Megan Boswell. Do you remember there was more than one text message? And of course, keep in mind the whole time these text messages are coming through. That's where Evelyn is, okay? Just think about that for a second. I'm not going to take the time to go through these because you can do that. You can take all of this back with you into the jury room. I encourage you to go back and read all of these text messages and remember the dates that we've talked about. But while Evelyn Boswell is sitting in this trash can and people are asking Megan,
hello, kitty catty.
How's Evelyn? What does Megan say more than once? Mean as fuck. First of all, she's a 12-month-old child. And every other witness said that she was a lovely child to be around. And it's not a very nice statement to begin with, but it's definitely not a very nice statement when your kid is shoved down into a trash can upside down. And you know that. Agent Fraley was on the stand and you heard Megan Boswell admit that she knew Evelyn was dead. Where she's telling all of those stories to law enforcement. And she told more than one person, Evelyn's mean as fuck. And when Agent Grass asked her about it, she goes, what's your point? What's your point? And that's an interview with Agent Grass that you can also go back and watch if you'd like to do that. So we saw the defendant enjoyed crying during this trial because she has an audience and she really enjoys that. But did we see her crying any other time? Did we see her crying from the witnesses on the witness stand and what they told us about her? Did we see her crying in the evidence that came in? No, Megan wasn't crying. Do you think she was crying when she filled out this apartment application with Hunter Wood, where they list 3 occupants are going to live in the apartment? And at first glance, we're like, oh, Megan, Hunter, and Evelyn. But that's not what the defendant told David Gratz. Do you remember what she told him? She said the 3rd occupant is the baby she's pregnant with because Hunter doesn't want Evelyn to live with him. Of course, we could also look at the date on that application, January 4th of 2020. And we also know another reason that Evelyn would not be living with them. Was Megan crying here? In 2020, when she posts on Instagram, so excited for our new home. Think Megan was crying when she posted that? To me, it looks like maybe Megan's just moving on with her life. As if Evelyn never even existed. What about here? Also posted in 2020. Keep in mind, Evelyn's still upside down in a trash can because Megan's not told anyone where she is. She's still spinning her lies. Do you think she sat here when she's picking out furniture for their new house? That she's sad today? She has the gall to sit here and cry today and pretend she can't look at the pictures of what she did to her child? What about this one? Proud of my baby. New 2020 High Country. Was she sad then? What about in December? Weeks after Evelyn has been brutally murdered. What is Megan Boswell doing? Does she look, maybe we should zoom in. Does she look sad here? Maybe she is. Sure doesn't look like it. Her kid's upside down in a trash can. She's going to the aquarium with her new boyfriend. What about here? She doesn't look very sad to me. Hiking in Blowing Rock in 2020. No Evelyn. Evelyn's missing, still missing at this time. There's Megan hiking with her new boyfriend, moving on with her life. Not crying. Maybe Megan Boswell didn't have an end game. Maybe she didn't know. Maybe she hoped that Evelyn would never be found. But she had to know at some point these stories were going to catch up with her. Ladies and gentlemen, and I'm asking you today, 5 years later, February 2025, to show Megan Boswell that her stories have caught up with her. The evidence shows the defendant. This person is the only person responsible for her child being dead. You heard it straight from Dr. Malushnik. Evelyn shouldn't be dead. Evelyn should not be dead. I believe the defense brought up SIDS, reflux, rollover. I believe they even brought up a tongue tie as being a possible cause of death for Evelyn. How does that result? Any of those things? You know, he said in the beginning, the state can't even prove how she died. Are you kidding me? How does that end up with a baby in a trash can? The DNA. Let's talk about the DNA for a second. You've got the gloves that are in the trash can. And the defense somehow wants you to believe that gloves will keep fingerprints from happening. And then I guess whoever did that then took the gloves off, cut them up because they're cut up in small pieces and you can look at them when you get back there, and then dispose of them in the same trash can that the baby's in. That doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense. And funny enough, guess what is there? Is DNA that matches Megan Boswell, that matches Evelyn. Go back through the testimony. There's not one piece of DNA, not one, that shows anyone, not Hunter Wood, not anyone else other than Megan Boswell is associated with that trash can, the evidence in the trash bags. And you heard Marla Gray, the DNA expert, talk about the mixture of DNA on some pillows that were found in the shed. And you also heard her say that that could even be from the person who made them in the factory. Or it could be from the person who touched the pillow at Walmart when they were trying to decide if they were going to buy it. It wasn't even enough DNA to test. So don't be led to believe that because of that, there's some unknown stranger who did these things. Look at the evidence. Look at the evidence that's in front of you. We have evidence. We have shown you the evidence. Don't think about the speculation. Don't think about the what ifs. Look at the evidence. Some really, really good. If I could, can I see the trash can for just a second, please? Thank you. Whose fingerprints were on the trash can? Do you remember what Agent Hoover said from the TBI yesterday? Of course, he's removed the rim. He talked about how it's smooth under the rim. If you're going to carry a trash can, how do you pick it up to carry it under the rim? Whose fingerprints were under that rim? Megan Boswell. Megan Boswell's fingerprints were under that rim. If we look at Exhibit 17, can you see the black trash bag there? Whose fingerprints are on that trash bag? Megan Boswell's fingerprints. And you heard Dr. Malushnik say, and I think you can see for yourself, that trash bag's not just gently placed down into the trash can. It has been forcefully, and it's a hard image. It's a very difficult image to think about. But that's the evidence that we've been left with, that black trash bag was placed on top of Evelyn in the white trash bag. And it was forcefully pushed down. Compressed, I think is a word that was used during the trial. And that's how Megan Boswell's fingerprints ended up on that black trash bag. Even more damning than that is the fact that Megan Boswell's fingerprints are on the foil wrapped around Evelyn's head. I would love to know a different explanation for how Megan Boswell's fingerprints got on that foil, on that trash can, on the black trash bag, except for the fact that she murdered her baby. She put her in that trash can with food trash and debris, covered her body, essentially mummified her, and tossed her away, literally, with the trash. Mr. Scott would like for you to think that the doctor's testimony, just that they shouldn't be able to just decide things in a vacuum. He kept mentioning, well, what if the child's dead on a table? And I think we all know that is not how doctors operate. Doctors operate off of medical histories and any information they can get. And that's what both doctors did in this case. They took everything, her birth records, her pediatric records, the scene itself, before they came to their conclusion. They don't operate in a vacuum. I think those were the words that Dr. Malishnik used, is they do not operate in a vacuum. And they determined what? Both doctors agree that this was a violent homicide, and that Evelyn Boswell died from some sort of asphyxiation. So, suffocation, I guess, is the easiest way to say it. So, if it was not for, say, the position of her body upside down in the trash can, that could have killed her. Or say it wasn't that. Then maybe it was the blanket that was pulled up over. Remember that? How it was tightly pulled up over her face. That could have been what it was. Or it could have been upside down in the trash can. Could have also been the trash bag that she was placed inside of, where she was unable to breathe. Could have been the foil that was wrapped around her head. Could have been the trash can itself. If you remember, the doctor testified that her face was compressed up against the side of the trash can. And her body was in a reverse S curve, to where her head was so far bent back into a reverse S because of how the defendant compressed her body down into the trash can. Forcefully compressed her body down into the trash can. Her head and neck were wrapped so tightly with foil that even when they removed the foil, you could still see the impression of the foil on her face. You could still see the trash can form still to her face. Quickly, I'm going to ask you to go to your verdict form page. And it's going to be probably at the very end of your packet. Page 50 is where it starts. So these verdict forms, I'm going to show you one example. Okay. So you'll see here, this is just for count one, and I'm just giving it as an example. We, the jury, find the defendant and mark the appropriate box. So if you go back in the jury room and you agree as a whole that Megan Boswell is guilty of first-degree murder, you do not need to consider anything below that. Those are what we call lesser-included offenses, and we're required by law to put those on the verdict form for you to consider. But if you unanimously agree that Megan Boswell is guilty of first-degree murder, you can check that box and move on. You are not required to go through every single one of those if you believe that she is guilty of what she's charged with in that count. And if you go through these, you will see that each count of the indictment is similar. There are lesser included offenses for each one of these. Again, I will ask you that if you can unanimously agree, you do not need to go any further on that verdict form. The state has to prove several elements for each charge, and those are also in your packet. Count one is premeditated first-degree murder, that the defendant unlawfully killed the victim, that the defendant acted intentionally, and that the killing was premeditated. The next page defines premeditation for you as an act that was done after the exercise of reflection and judgment. It means that the intent to kill must have been formed prior to the act itself. So that means essentially when Megan Boswell wrapped Evelyn in the blanket, and you think, well, maybe she didn't have premeditation then. She could have formed premeditation in the time where she applied the foil, or premeditation in the time that she put her in that trash bag, or premeditation in the time that she pushed the next trash bag on top of her body. Ladies and gentlemen, I submit to you, there's nothing about this case that is not premeditated. Count two and count three are what we call felony murder in the state of Tennessee. That's where we allege that a murder happened during a certain felony. And these felonies are aggravated child abuse and aggravated child neglect. Again, those go hand in hand with premeditated first-degree murder. we submit to you that not only did the defendant abuse the child, but that she neglected the child. And one of the perfect examples is how she left her in the trash can. That's neglect. Leaving her in the trash can, that's abuse. And it resulted in her death, which is felony murder. And we have to prove that the child was under the age of 8. There are many counts of false report. Page 29, I think, is where it starts. And it's counts, I believe, 7 through 17. The state must prove that the statement was made by the defendant, that it was made in response to a legitimate inquiry by law enforcement, and that it concerned a material fact about the incident within the officer's concern. If you remember, the defendant herself admits more than once that what she told the police was not true. So I submit that the state has proven each of those counts. Count 19, abuse of a corpse, page 30. The state must prove that the defendant mistreated a corpse in a manner offensive to the sensibilities of an ordinary person, that she acted without legal privilege and acted knowingly. And I think that count speaks for itself, along with count 20, which is failure to report a death. A lot about this case really has been more about Megan Boswell than about this child, Evelyn. But Evelyn
Sorry. I just wanted to clarify. So I didn't realize I was muted. What Castle's trying to say, you can't see me, is that there's a particular illness that broke out in 2020 that if you use that word can be demonetizing. That's what they're trying to say. And I think you guys are just having a miscommunication there. I didn't even realize that, but I guess that's one of the words that that can demonetize your channel. So anyway, just wanted to help clarify that because I know you guys were misunderstanding each other. But thanks for helping us out with that, Castle, and we appreciate it. I'll get back here.
Evelyn mattered. She deserved to grow up. She deserved that, but her mom took that away from her. And there's no evidence. There's no evidence that anyone else was involved. I think you can see this was a pretty good investigation. It was very thorough, and the evidence continued to point in only one direction. The evidence only pointed at one person, Megan Boswell. She failed her daughter. She had the chance to keep her safe, to protect her, to give her to someone else if she couldn't handle her. You heard from the witness stand, there were people that she could have given Evelyn to that would have given her a beautiful life. But instead, she violently murdered her daughter. She told story after story after story for 2.5 months. And maybe the worst part is that she just went on with her life as if Evelyn had never even existed. But Evelyn did exist. Evelyn is a real person. And Megan Boswell should not be able to go on as if Evelyn did not exist. There are things we will never know about what happened. None of us will ever know everything. I think it's fair to say that we do know that Evelyn was in the way. She was in the way of Megan Boswell living the life that she thought she deserved, that she wanted to live. So Megan removed her. It's as simple as that. So today, 5 years later, almost 5 years to the day that Evelyn was reported missing, we are going to ask that you hold Megan Boswell accountable for what she did for her child. I submit to you, the state has proven every count and every element of every count beyond a reasonable doubt. And we are going to ask that you return a verdict of guilty.
Thank you, General. Mr. Scott, you may close.
Good afternoon. I appreciate y'all's time. Appreciate you being here. Although I know you may not be here by your own free will, but I still appreciate it. This is a hard case. There's a lot of emotion in this case. And Amber Massengill is very good at giving an emotional closing and wanting you to play on your emotions. Jury instructions will tell you this case is not about your emotion. It's not about sympathy. It's not about anything else. It's about proof and what's in the evidence. That's what this case is about. This case is more about what Megan Boswell didn't do than what she did do. Now, I'll go back through the witnesses here with you in a minute, but the state seems to be putting forth a theory that you should convict her of first-degree murder because she didn't grieve appropriately. She had fun after her child died. Now, is it far-fetched to believe that the child died in the first part of December, like she says? No, that seems to be the point where you see Megan's personality start to change. But I would suggest to you that change occurs when the child dies. You start to hear various friends come in and they talk. I can name them for you. Let's talk about Casey Saltz. She worked at Megan's pediatrician. And she was also technically would have been Megan's foster sister, I guess. She was the daughter of Megan's foster mother. And she talked about Megan being a good mother. She acknowledged that. She witnessed that. Megan brought her to the doctor. You have an exhibit in the records. It's item 67. It came in through the pediatrician. Read that page for page. It demonstrates that Megan was a good mother to Evelyn. She took her to the doctor for well check. She took her to the doctor when she was sick. She got medicine for her. She did what she should do. And then she misses that appointment in December. And that's when this starts. And I would submit to you, when all of this really starts, the child is dead. Now, we hear from other witnesses. We hear from Paul Miller. That is Ethan Perry's grandfather. He had no reason to believe that she wasn't a good mother. Seemed like she liked being a mom. Saw no signs of abuse or neglect. We heard from Audrey Gibbs. She'd been with Megan almost every day up until she moved to Knoxville in 2019. She describes Megan as a good mom. There were a few things. There was once where she had thought her diaper needed to be changed. Once where they neglected to buckle the car seat. But those are mistakes. That's not child neglect. That's not child abuse. Those are mistakes. Audrey talks about Megan coming to Knoxville at the end of December sometime, and by that point she acts disassociated. She's not normal. She's saying "I love you" over and over again to her. So again, maybe she's not grieving right. Bailey Hawkins stayed at the Econo Lodge with Megan. Megan just went to sleep, despite Bailey thought they might do things. They might talk or whatever they might do. But she just went to sleep. Again, I would suggest to you she's disassociated. Bailey saw no signs of abuse, no signs of neglect. Mr. Horn questioned her. She described Evelyn as the one consistent love that Megan had. And Megan is a girl who comes from a world of fractured relationships. And Miss Massengill wants to downplay Megan's home life. Matt Price did it. There's a video in there. He talks about it. He talks about, I mean no disrespect, but I know that Boswell family. I'm aware of them. I know how you come up. Your mom and daddy using drugs. I mean, you want to talk about home life? Watch the video with Agent Fraley. Her mom was laid in there in stripes, a jail uniform. What kind of home life was that? And then we get to Caitlin Jones Carter, whom you can make what you want of her testimony. Her body language tells me she's no longer Megan's friend. However, she described, aside from the one day when she saw Evelyn as dirty, that Megan had been a good mother. No signs of abuse, no signs of neglect. She said she saw Evelyn sometime in December. She tried to tie it to her school, but she really couldn't give us a specific date. So I think the best you can say is that it's sometime in December. Gail Kite. Let's talk about her. Megan's foster mom. She gets Megan when Megan comes into her foster care. Megan's 7 months pregnant. She's 17 years old. Gail describes her as looking like she's not pregnant, as being underweight. We know from the medical records and the testimony that come in from Dr. Smith, Megan suffered from intrauterine growth restriction at that time. We've heard that. So that's the shape she's in. But Gail talks about how she gets her in good shape. She has the baby. She's a loving mother. She takes care of the baby. Gail never saw abuse, never saw neglect, never had any doubts about Megan. Erica Stacy, and that's the mother of Megan's ex-boyfriend, and I think his name is, I can't remember his name honestly. That's the mother of his ex-boyfriend. She described Megan as a good mother. Evelyn was always clean. And I'll point something out to you. The state wants you to believe that Megan just meets Hunter Wood and throws this child away for him. She didn't do that for, I think it's Caleb Stacy. She didn't do that for Caleb. There were other boyfriends. Now there's talk about, a lot of talk about Ethan Perry thinking he was the father. Well, the proof you've actually seen is they go about as Ethan is the father. And there's been no proof that Megan knew that he wasn't the father at that point. I'm not trying to, I mean, it just happens that sometimes people may think one person's the father and they're not. But calling him out of anything or anything else. Like, it's not like this didn't start early on that she thought Ethan was the father. She obviously thought a lot of Ethan. She drove to Texas, took Evelyn to see him. Now, he did say one thing that kind of struck me a little odd. He acted as though she just showed up in Texas. I suspect, and he finally admitted on cross-examination, that he told her where he was in Texas. You just don't hop in the car and drive to Texas and say, I'll drive around El Paso till I see his car in the parking lot, pull in. That's not what happened. I think he kind of wanted you to think that, but that's not what happened. Let's talk about Randy Wood. Randy Wood is the father of Hunter Wood. The state called him. The state is the one who elicited the information about Hunter Wood being hospitalized. That's the first you hear of him being hospitalized. It's the state. Now, Ms. Massengill wants you to think I have some grand conspiracy theory. I don't. I do have statement from Megan Boswell when she talks to Agent Fraley about what happened in this case. She says, Hunter was there when Evelyn died. I wrapped her up and I swallowed her. I held her. She kept getting colder as the day went on. I didn't want her to get cold. Hunter took her and he got rid of her. Now, they want you to believe that that's just impossible. Why did Hunter not give his DNA? Ask yourself that. If you have nothing to hide, why wouldn't you just let them test your DNA against all the evidence they had? Turns out they couldn't have tested it, probably. But he didn't give them that chance because he had something to hide. Now, his dad said that he was schizophrenic. I asked him, is he schizophrenic and have hallucinations? He agreed with me on that. He also agreed with me when I asked him if he talked about using an aluminum foil or tin foil. And he says, yeah, he talks about some off-the-wall stuff. Now, ask yourself, who's more likely to wrap that child in tinfoil? The child's mother that has cared for the child, taken care of the child, or the boyfriend who's schizophrenic? And I'm not trying to vilify Hunter Wood. That's not been my intention throughout this trial. But Megan's statement is that one of them rolled over on the bed. The young mother may think that. There could have been other causes. When we get to the causes, I guess we can go ahead and we can talk about Dr. Smith and Dr. Malushnik. Now, Dr. Smith asked her about several different things. She's the lady who actually performed the autopsy. And she formed an opinion of homicidal death based on the way the child was in the trash can. But she could not tell you a medical basis for the child's death, other than a diagnosis of exclusion. And a diagnosis of exclusion is simply, we don't know what else is wrong with her, so she must have smothered in this trash can. That's what they want, what she said, essentially. Now, I cross-examined her about a lot of things. I asked her about SIDS. And even though the subsequent doctor didn't agree with it, Dr. Malushnik, I didn't ask about something that didn't exist. Dr. Smith knew exactly what SIDS was. We talked about it. We talked about the ages, how we don't know what causes it. She answered questions about it. She said, ultimately, she could not rule that out in this case. Just like she could not say with any degree of certainty that the child was placed in the trash can alive or dead. She couldn't say that. She brought up that the child had a heart valve that leaked. She admitted under cross-examination that that could have been what killed the child. We talked about laryngeal, we talked about laryngeal convulsions. Could that have caused the death of the child? She admitted it could. Now, Ms. Massagill brought up that I brought up tongue tie. I brought up tongue tie. I brought up GERD. I brought up an infection she had, because all of those things can lead to the onset of SIDS. That's the research, and Dr. Smith agreed with that. Now, I want to tell you something about Dr. Smith and Dr. Malushnik. I think Dr. Smith she was the medical examiner in Johnson City when this happened. Dr. Malushnik is not her boss. She's not, it's not like she's somehow over her. Dr. Smith was the chief medical examiner at the Jenkins Autopsy Center, Forensic Center. Subsequently, for whatever reason, the state sent her report to Dr. Malushnik for another opinion. Dr. Malushnik only reviewed her report, and she finds that it's a good report. But then she wants to go further and find with some type of certainty that child was placed in the trash can. And you saw an exchange between me and her in here yesterday. It went on for 4 or 5 questions. And I kept asking her, Doctor, Can you say any type of certainty? What can you say about this? Can you conclusively say that that child was dead when it was wrapped in the blanket, wrapped in tinfoil, and put in the trash can? She evaded that question. She wouldn't answer that question. She finally answered that question only after it was threatened she would be in contempt if she didn't directly answer the question. And her answer was, no, I can't say conclusively. And then she threw out kind of a parting shot at me as she left. And suggest to you the more accuracy of that parting shot, she said the child could have been murdered some other way. Should have been. The child could have died some other unknown way. That's what the truth would have been. She presupposed that this child was alive when it went in the trash can. The doctor who did the autopsy was very clear she could not conclude that. She said it couldn't be excluded, but it cannot be included. Dr. McLustick come in with a preconceived notion of that's what happened. Now, the state has to prove to you cause of death in this case. They have to prove that child was unlawfully killed. They have to prove this wasn't an accident. The proof from Dr. Schmidt leaves open a heart, it leaves open SIDS, laryngeal convulsion, it leaves open all of those things. We don't know what happened. It also left open a rollover, which is what Megan told Agent Fraley. And now, would Megan know for sure that that's what happened? Maybe not. You wake up and you find your baby dead in bed. Could you not come to the reasonable conclusion one of us must have rolled over on it? She's 17 years old. She's not sophisticated. She's had a hard life. She's scared that she's going to get in trouble. Hunter Wood's scared that he's going to get in trouble. And that's why she does what she does. Hunter takes the baby to dispose of it. She knows about it. Is that right on her part? No, it's not. Should she have called and reported? She absolutely should have. I told you that in my opening statement. Have they proved that she's a liar over and over? They have. Don't deny that. They haven't proved she's a murderer. You have more counts of false report than I can really count. I think there's 11 or 12 of them. Almost every time she's talking to law enforcement, you're considering a count of false report. With the exception of, you're not considering one for the time she talked to Agent Fraley. That's not before you. I would submit to you what happened was the conversation with Agent Fraley on the 25th of February, almost 5 years ago. That was a breaking point. That's a breaking point where she finally admits Evelyn is dead. She's able to admit to herself. You saw all these pictures she's sending back and forth before that. That's how she's grieving. Maybe she doesn't want to accept that the child is dead. Maybe as long as she keeps talking about it, talking to the media, talking to the police, and saying that Evelyn is somewhere else, she believes that. Maybe that's how she's getting by. You can't judge someone for how they grieve. You don't know what goes through their head. You don't know what they were raised with. I've never lost a child. I hope none of you ever have. But how am I to tell someone when they lose their child how to grieve? How am I to do that? Amber can tell you that. oh, she shouldn't have went here. She shouldn't have did that. How does she know that? She's not in Megan's shoes. She's not out there living in that single wide trailer. That's not her life. She's not been raised by drug addict parents, a dad that beats on her mom constantly, and seen that growing up. She's not seen that. She can't put herself in her shoes. It's not fair to say she murdered her child because she didn't grieve right. I resent it. You should too. You should look to the evidence in this case. Do they prove a cause of death? That's the stopping point on the homicide counts. They can't do it. They brought two medical examiners in here who contradicted each other. The first one at least had read her medical records. The second one talks about how she is perfectly a healthy child. She ignored everything in her medical records. She didn't talk about them. It was obvious to me. Should have been obvious to you. She hadn't read them. She didn't care. It was her job to come here and convict Megan Boswell of murder. If you don't believe that, why would she leave here and say, well, she must have been murdered some other way? She was a biased witness, and she wasn't a credible witness. Now, let's talk about the tinfoil. How can her one fingerprint be on a piece of tinfoil? You all see this roll? Maybe like this. Okay, my fingerprint's on this roll. I've taken this one. The next person who gets this is going to get a piece of tinfoil with my fingerprint. That's a possible way. What's another possible way? We've heard that the tinfoil had food and debris on it. And there was food and debris in the trash can. But maybe the tinfoil was already thrown away in the trash can. If it came off of a roll like that, whoever got it would have had to have reached in there and gotten several pieces. There were several pieces of tinfoil. I believe 4. There should have been fingerprints all over it. One fingerprint. One fingerprint. It doesn't prove she put that tinfoil on there. Now, what about DNA on the garbage can? I would just about guarantee you, each and every one of you, your DNA is on your garbage can in your kitchen. Your DNA is all over the house. Your finger, I said DNA, actually fingerprint. Your fingerprints are all over your house. It's the kind of thing we don't think about, but you touch something, you put your prints. I think that's what you should consider. I mean, probably Evelyn's handprint on the trash can. At some point, I think in opening, I mentioned to you an unidentified palm print on the trash can. Well, I didn't know at the time it was a child's because it wasn't in the fingerprint analysis report. It's not unbelievable that it's the child's. Now, Ms. Maxwell made a statement. I was a little perplexed with it. The state wants you, or the defense wants you to believe that wearing gloves prevents putting fingerprints on something. You heard the fingerprint experts say that it can. I think we all know that from our common sense stuff. If you cover the fingerprint up, you're not going to leave it on something. Now, let's go back to the statement of Agent Fraley. February the 25th. She's talked to law enforcement over and over. And she talks about how she breaks down. She breaks. It's the breaking point. She admits she's dead. And she's telling them the truth. How do you know she's telling them the truth? Because if she's still trying to lie to them, if she's still trying to confuse them, she wouldn't have said, I don't know where the baby is. It could be at Hunter's, it could be at Tommy's. Why would you say, if you're trying to lie to them, or perpetuate this lie like Miss Masseyville tells you, that the baby could be at Tommy's? Why would you do that? Ask yourself that question. She's telling them where the baby is. She thinks, I think it could have been left one of these two places. Says, I want to find it. And you'll have that video. You can watch it as many times as you want to. I hope you will watch it again. You hear Agent Fraley talk about how he'll go to the DA. She's a scared young mother. He understands that. Now, I don't have to prove this case. I wish I could, but I can't. You can't prove a negative. What I can tell you is the state has not proven their case. They've not proven the cause of death. They've not proven that the death was an unlawful killing as opposed to an accident, or some rolling over in the bed being an accident, or some kind of health-related issue. They haven't proved that. Let's talk about the gloves. I go around in circles sometimes, and I hope y'all are following me. I apologize for that. But let's talk about those gloves. Ms. Masseyville talks about the criminal tore the gloves up in the trash can. I think if you'll remember back and look to your notes, TBI cut those gloves up for testing. I could be wrong, but I think that's the case. Now, what do those gloves tell us? Do they match up to anyone? No. But they do match up to an unknown male. There's not enough profile there to match it to someone specifically identify them, but it matches it up to an unknown male. That's why there's not multiple fingerprints on the tinfoil on the child. Those gloves that match some unknown male. We know it's male DNA. We know that. Finally, let me talk just a little bit about Hunter. There's a text thread, and it's in February. It's between Megan and Hunter. And it appears like Megan's telling Hunter the same story she's telling everyone else. But remember, Megan's told Agent Fraley that Hunter doesn't want his name brought into this. He doesn't want to be involved. He told her not to tell anybody anything about the child. At this point, Hunter, he throws out a name in that text. He talks about Agent Wilhoit. He's been involved with the police. He knows the police are looking at this. This is February the 22nd. Suggest to you that text thread is, look at the texts. They're self-serving. I'm just worried about the baby. I just want the baby returned safe. That's Hunter and Megan's way of covering Hunter's involvement in this. I'm not saying Hunter killed that child. I'm saying he did dispose of the child. That text thread, it's a convenient way if you think about it. If you're trying to have proof that you didn't do something, if you start a conversation, start texting it, say, oh no, I didn't do that. Look at my text. I texted her. She's told me this. It's a convenient thing for him. But he didn't give his DNA. We know that. His dad talks about he went crazy because he was called a baby killer. Maybe he went crazy because of his participation in disposing of that body. We don't know. Everybody seems to agree he has went crazy. You saw a document admitted this morning. That's where he's being held out of court over in Virginia to be evaluated to see where he's competent for some crime he's committed. He's up at Marion right now to be evaluated. That's what we know. I hope I've answered your question. hope my argument has helped you somehow with this case. But what I would say to you, if you have questions, about any elements of these crimes, and your questions are not answered to your satisfaction, you have reasonable doubt. If you say, I don't know how that child died, that's reasonable doubt on the homicide count. I don't think I have much more to say to you. I go to a Baptist church and I hate long sermons. I'm used to it. I think I've been up here for about a half an hour, but I thank you. I pray you'll come to the right decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. General, you may close on behalf of the state.
Thank you, Judge. Ladies and gentlemen, much like Megan Boswell, Mr. Scott seems to have some very convenient explanations for what happened in this case. Lots of things that happened in this case. All of the evidence in this case that points to his client, he's got some sort of explanation for it. But the problem is, in order to buy into this, in order to believe it, you have to believe Megan Boswell. You have to believe that when she spoke to Agent Fraley on the 25th, that she was somehow, for the first and only time in this courtroom, speaking the truth. But I think each of you, as you sit here, know that's not possible. That's not possible. Megan Boswell is one of those people. You used to hear the expression, the truth ain't in them. The truth's not in Megan Boswell. She doesn't know how to tell the truth. Everything that she tells to every person in her life is for some reason. And that reason is because Megan's trying to get something out of it. She is a master manipulator. Even at 17 years old, you sit there and watch those videos. She's trying to play everybody. She's trying to play the law enforcement officers who are interviewing her. She's playing her friends, every person in her life who walked through that gate and sat up on that witness chair was in some way manipulated by Megan Boswell. Some way. Whether it was about Evelyn, whether it was about how she was going to pay for a babysitter, whether you're the father of my child, whether you're a great grandfather, whether your wife who's dying of cancer is babysitting the kid. I mean, she knows no bounds. There is no person that she will not manipulate and tell untruths about and to. No one. But Mr. Scott comes in here today and says, yeah, hey, come on, ladies and gentlemen, the 25th, that was the point, which she decided, hey, I'm going to be truthful here. No, it wasn't. And we know it's not. It was just another story. She was telling law enforcement to lead them some other way. That's all it was. And if you remember, Agent Gratz testified. General Massengill was asking him the question, when did this first thing about accidents and rollovers, when did that come up? Well, it came up when the police and law enforcement finally said, yeah, we got nothing going on here. We got to give her an out. We got to give her something so we can try to find this kid. So they're the ones who suggested it. And then very conveniently, the next day she comes in and guess what? Oh, yeah, I forgot. Yeah, that's right. I'm sorry. I'm sorry I've been lying to you all for days and days and days now. But now I'm going to tell you the truth. But that's not what happened. That's not what happened. I submit to you, the only time that Megan Boswell may have told the truth about some small portion. If you remember during one of the interviews, Lieutenant Price, who had been very patient with her up until that point in time, finally said, come on, something happened on December 21st. And she stopped him and corrected him. Remember? She said, no, something happened before December 21st. Yeah, something did. She murdered her child. That's what happened before December 21st. Ladies and gentlemen, before I speak further about the physical evidence that ties and shows that Miss Boswell is the one who is guilty in this case and who needs to be held accountable, I want to take you back to jury selection. Last week when you all were first up here and up there, and I asked you if all of you had brought your common sense with you. And if you, all of you, as you listen to the evidence in the case, would use your common sense. And everyone agreed that you would. And so I want to remind you of that. And it reminds you to apply that to the evidence that you've heard, the testimony that you've heard in this case. Because the defense wants to say that perhaps, again, speculating, it's a possibility that Evelyn just died one day in early December. And then all of a sudden, Megan engages in this just pattern of just totally bizarre behavior that involves wrapping her child in a blanket, tightly pressing her head in aluminum foil and stuffing her in a trash can, and then engaging in this just convoluted tale.
I just want to stop and say thank you so much, Nada Drummond. Nana, that is very sweet of you. We really appreciate that. And if you got gifted one of those memberships, if you would please tell her thank you. We appreciate the support.
To anybody who wants to inquire about what's going on with Evelyn. But it's a remarkable coincidence, isn't it, that all this occurs at the same time that she starts working at the chicken shack. And then she meets Hunter Wood. You know, that Hunter Wood, the one who lives out on the lake in the big house. And remember, this is where Megan's living before December. These are the conditions Megan's subjecting her child to before December. Then she meets Hunter Wood. Big house out by the lake. Dad owns a business that I'm working at. Remember the other things she's telling investigators as time goes on. Needed a break. Watching 3 kids. Remember, her mom had the 2 other young siblings. Needed a break. Was tired. When did Ethan Perry step up? I've been raising this kid for a whole year by myself. Probably a little bit of truth in there. A little bit of truth. But it's a remarkable coincidence. This kid, Evelyn, natural causes, just dies right at the same time. Apply your common sense in asking yourselves why. Why would Megan Boswell then start on December the 7th? She tells Bailey Hawkins, hey, it's just me. Ethan's grandma has Evelyn right now. December 7th. Remember, she starts Chicken Shack the 2nd, 7th, 5 days. 5 days later. Why does she start telling all these things that are obviously not true? I'm in a custody battle with Ethan. I don't have it. Evelyn's sick. She's got the flu. I can't bring her. Can't bring her up there to get the Christmas gifts. But you see her. Why does she do that? Why does a mom who, by everybody's testimony, everybody's, her friend Bailey Hawkins told you, I mean, yeah, she wasn't a perfect mom, but she did well. She did well. They all did. I mean, she's posting pictures on Facebook, Instagram. Everybody. Her own pediatrician, Dr. Pugh, came in here. Yeah. She's a good kid. We didn't have any concerns. Healthy, meeting milestones, an advanced child. Why does a mom who dotes over her kid, who won't even let anybody babysit, she's so protective of this child? Remember Erica Stacy? I mean, heaven's sakes. I mean, that's an ex-boyfriend's mom
who is willing to babysit the kid so that her son can go on dates with her, she won't let her do it. She won't let her do it. She will not let her babysit. That's how protective she is of this child. So why? Why? Apply your common sense. She won't do it because she can't face the truth about what she's done. She can't face that truth. She can't look at that picture. And I'm not going to put it back up there for you. She can't face what she's done to that child. Discarding her like a piece of garbage. That's what she did. She can't face that truth. So she engages in just spinning all these stories to everybody. Everybody that comes with a story, she's deflecting that out because she doesn't want to face that. It is almost unbelievable to me that the defense is still arguing that Hunter Wood had some involvement in this case. I mean, truly unbelievable to me that they're making that argument. That has no credibility, number one. And two, no proof whatsoever. Not a single shred of evidence has been presented in this courtroom that ties Hunter Wood to anything dealing with the death of Evelyn Boswell. Not one thing. It's all just rank speculation. Oh, well, because he's in a mental hospital, therefore he must have done something. Right? No. How many people walked up there, took that witness stand and said, oh, yeah, I remember when I saw Hunter and Evelyn and Megan together. I remember when I saw that. None. Nobody said that. How many people said, oh, yeah, I remember when I saw Hunter holding Evelyn at the chicken? No. Again, nobody said that. No evidence, nothing from that witness stand ever put Hunter with Evelyn. She evidently wants you to believe, again, and I'll put this picture back up there. She wants you to believe that Hunter, and remember her when she's talking to Agent Fraley, that Hunter went over to her place. That's her place. Stayed the night with her and rolled over on the child. He's got a place over, nice place over on the lake, remember. But that's what she wants you to believe. When her breaking point, when she's finally telling the truth. Apply your common sense to that. What else possibly ties Hunter to this case? To Evelyn's body being disposed. Well, maybe it's the playhouse over on Tommy's property. No. Again, we know Evelyn is probably gone 5 days after she first met Hunter from working at the chicken shack. But Megan Boswell wants you to believe that he's been able to go onto her property and stick a body in a trash can in a playhouse that was built for Megan Boswell. Mr. Scott asked you, and I wrote it down.
He's doing great. This guy's doing great.
He asked you who was more likely to have left a print on the foil. Well, I'll tell you who's more likely to have left a print on the foil. The person whose print was found on the foil. Megan Boswell. He stands up here, and again, we've got explanations for everything. Well, maybe it was possible she tore a sheet off earlier, and in doing that, she grabbed the foil and left a print. Well, there's no Hunter Wood prints on any of the foil. The bag that's stuffed on top of the body where Evelyn's found. Multiple prints on that. None of them belong to Hunter. They all belong to Megan Boswell. He wants to say, and again, it's still beyond my comprehension that we're talking about Hunter Wood here. Why wouldn't Hunter give a DNA sample? I don't know. Perhaps because Hunter is being mucked up in Megan's world here. My gosh. Here I am dating this girl, and all of a sudden I got TBI agents asking me about a child that's missing and no explanation for it. Maybe that's why. And again, in this particular case, you heard from Agent Gray. What does it matter? There's nothing that was tested. All those things she testified to yesterday, all of them, all those things I handed up to her, she analyzed. Not one piece of them had any identifiable DNA on it that could have been tied back to Hunter. None. Everything was Megan's or Evelyn's or limited profiles. As I remember, I asked her if I get everybody in the world's DNA to her, she wouldn't have been able to match any DNA to Hunter Wood. Nothing. Everything connected to that body in the trash can comes back to Megan Boswell. And then, let's not forget, in the middle, while all this is going on, February 22nd, Megan's child's missing. They questioned Hunter. And they had this conversation. And Mr. Scott wants you to believe that this is some kind of contrived thing between Megan and Hunter. But what evidence did you hear that there was any sort of contrived conversations going on here? Nothing. Again, nothing. In order to believe that, you've got to believe one person, Megan Boswell. And we know you can't believe her. No. Hunter says, yeah, but where's the baby? I just want the baby to be found safely. What's her response? If she was truly trying to cover this up, a little bit better response would probably be heard. She says, Dad won't let me go anywhere because of the situation. Hunter, I can't disclose stuff to you on here about what TBI is doing. His concern, please assure me the baby will be found and brought home safely. That's not a conversation with someone that you have that has disposed of a body, that has helped get rid of your dead child. That's not a conversation. Hunter Wood is not at play here, ladies and gentlemen. Not at all. Not at all. Defense has also talked to you about these things medical conditions that they questioned the medical examiners about yesterday. Possible things that might have caused Evelyn to just suddenly die of natural causes. A perfectly healthy child. Again, he's asking you to speculate about possibilities. But we don't decide this case on possibilities. And if you think about it, ladies and gentlemen, you didn't hear from just 2 doctors about Evelyn's condition, about what kind of a child she was. You heard from 3 doctors. Her pediatrician testified in this case too. And what did she tell you? Evelyn was a healthy child, advanced, had met all of her milestones. Any concerns about her health? No, her concern was that on December the 5th, she doesn't show up for her year checkup appointment. She's a no-show. That's her concern, not Evelyn's got tongue-tied. I'm concerned maybe she's going to die from SIDS. Not, oh, she's got some sort of reflux going on. I'm afraid she might be at risk to just suddenly die one day. That's not her concern. And remember, and Mr. Scott didn't talk about this because you don't want to talk about it. I asked Dr. Malushnik yesterday about statistics. This wasn't just her opinion. These are statistics kept by the Department of Health in Tennessee about the number of kids over 1 year of age who died in rollover deaths. Entire state of Tennessee last year, none. Entire state of Tennessee last 10 years, none. But yet they want you to believe that's a possibility in this case. She's the first one, ladies and gentlemen, evidently, the first one. No, it's not a possibility. You decide this case on the evidence that you've heard, the testimony you've heard from that witness stand. And the testimony you heard from 2 different medical examiners said this child died from asphyxiation. That's what they told you. Both of them told you that. He said they had contrary opinions. They didn't have contrary opinions. One of them had a little stronger opinion, but they both had the same opinion. They both told you the cause of death was the same thing, asphyxia. And all the evidence in this case points to one person alone as being the person who caused that asphyxiation. And that is Megan Boswell. This wasn't an accident, ladies and gentlemen. It wasn't an accident at all. You've got lots of evidence of premeditation sitting over there in that box. This isn't a little piece of tin foil. This isn't foil like you stick around a baked potato and stick in the oven. You saw it. You saw the photographs, and the foil's in there. Pull it out. It's a big old piece of foil. Mr. Scott wants to suggest maybe it's sitting down in the trash can and somebody pulled it out. Nobody's using that much foil. Use your common sense. And remember the testimony from Dr. Malusnik yesterday about how that foil was applied. That blanket, so tight when they're taking it off, the impressions left on that child's face. The foil, how painstakingly slow they had to pull it off because it was tightly compressed around the child's head. I submit to you, that's premeditation, ladies and gentlemen. That's intent. That's not an accident. Part of this case, ladies and gentlemen, that Mr. Scott said is really, sad. It really is. It's a tragedy. You think about all those people that you heard testify, how easily all of this could have been avoided. All these people, Bailey Hawkins, Audrey Gibbs, Casey Saltz, Gail Kite, Paul Miller, Erica Stacy. Any one of those people would have taken that child. All this could have been avoided. But Megan Boswell only cares about one person, and that's Megan Boswell. She started a facade back first week of December after she killed her child. She created this world, this web, you've heard it called. And that's a pretty good description of it. It's a web. It traps and ensnares everybody that she comes into contact with. She started this facade back then, and it's continued and continued and continued. And she brought it into here to this courtroom in front of you. And she's trying to get you all to believe the rollover, believe the accident, believe my child died of natural causes, and that I just flipped out and engaged in this totally bizarre behavior. But in order to do that, you have to ignore the evidence in this case. You have to ignore the forensics that place her and her alone as the perpetrator of this crime. This case is the very opposite of an accident. It's an intentional and knowing murder of a child.
Megan Boswell got rid of Evelyn so that Megan could do Megan. She enjoyed it. You've seen the pictures General Massengill showed you. Hanging out on Blowing Rock, going to the aquarium, Super Bowl party. Megan Boswell sits here in this courtroom today as guilty as she was back in that first week in December. As guilty as she was on February the 18th, when she first came in there, Detective Perez and James Lewis interviewed. She acted all surprised. What are y'all going to do? You going to find my child for? What do you do when a child goes missing? Remember those expressions, those questions she threw out there? She sits here in this courtroom today as guilty as she was back then because she never learned the one lesson that we all know, which is that you're responsible for your actions and your choices in life. And she sits here because she refused to learn that lesson. You've heard her interviews. She takes responsibility for nothing. But today is the day that you get to hold her responsible for those actions, for her poor choices and decisions, for her decision to get rid of Evelyn, to dispose of her like a piece of garbage. That's what she did, ladies and gentlemen. She disposed of her child like a piece of garbage. But her poor choices and decisions have a price, and they have a consequence. The state has proven to you over the course of the last week, Megan Boswell was guilty. First-degree murder, false report, tampering with evidence, and failing to report that death to authorities. We ask today that you hold her responsible for those poor decisions by finding her guilty as charged.
Thank you, John. Let us see the attorneys.
The last guy was amazing. He nailed it, right?
I got to hear part of his and part of the defense attorney.
The defense attorney kind of fell to pieces.
I heard him yelling at the jury. That's all I heard.
He really stumbled. Because I thought he was okay, but his closing argument that he stuck with that Hunter thing after it was already debunked is kind of crazy to me. If it had been me, I would have gone after more of that, the SID stuff and the handling of evidence, things like that. I would have stayed away from that Hunter thing because that was obviously not going to fly after those text messages. And then he tried to say that it was a cover up from Hunter sending these messages. Ridiculous, you know. Mm-hmm. And then the first lady, she was pretty good. But he brought it home. He was the closer.
Mr. Hyatt, Mr. Selner, Mr. Arnett, you're the three alternates. If you will go with the officer. Just leave them in the seat. That'd be fine.
Three alternates?
Your notes as well. We'll just take care of them.
Yeah.
The rest, what do you mean?
Thank you, brown eyed
Yeah, I'm gonna finish
girl.
the charge.
Thank you.
That's very sweet.
All right. Now, back on page 49. When you retire to the jury room, you will first select one of your members as foreperson who will preside over your deliberations. When you have reached a verdict, you will return with it to this courtroom, and your foreperson will deliver the verdict form to the court. Take with you the presentment, the exhibits, the verdict forms, the court's written instructions, and you may retire and consider your verdict as soon as the officer comes back to get you.
She does, doesn't she? She looks unhealthy.
Mm-hmm.
So people are guessing we'll find out today. There's not a lot of time left. It was 3:15.
Depends how bad that jury wants to go home
Yeah, I don't know.
and have TV and phones back, right?
Yeah, but 3:15 on Eastern time. It'd be hard for me to imagine them getting through 20 indictments or charges in a few hours. But I bet tomorrow, and I think that it's going to be most of these.
Everyone stand, please.
3:05.
Now we wait.
Take the ones that you have. Just
Right. Leave the others.
Take the one that you put, don't worry about the one that belongs to someone. Maybe see, thank you.
All right. We'll be in recess, waiting verdict of the jury.
All right.
Yeah.
I just did you read Castle's comment?
I don't think so. Castle says, Mr. E, I messed up. Had my daughter at 17. My FA
Father.
Father pushed me to marry and continue high school and college. I had another child from my husband 10 years later and have been successful. It was a struggle, but made it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. Lots of folks have asked you
Here,
kind
I'm
of
gonna
sharing
help you with
stories
that.
like that.
You talk to people.
Sure.
That's old.
Oh, it's this one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All
So we
right.
could fast forward a bit just in case they came back in 10 minutes. I don't think that's
I
likely.
don't think so, but I think they're going to keep running that verdict watch.
Yeah.
It says verdict watch, guys. Should we have one that says verdict watch and just keep it live the whole time
Where people could just hang out and
talk about the verdict?
Because can we turn their volume off?
Oh yeah, we can just pull it down. We can watch.
Yeah, we could just do this.
Yeah, just watch, just remove, and you
Yeah.
can still see it down there.
Yeah, I can tell.
In
if
case
I'm back.
anything crazy happens. Okay, it's still playing the music.
Oh, it is, isn't it? At least I can hear it.
There you go.
Okay. Yeah. So I'm going to guess what's today? Wednesday.
Oh yeah, crafting. That's a good point. He said the names of the people that were alternates on the jury.
Oh, he did?
Yes, I heard that. Good catch.
I didn't catch that. Well, they're dismissed now at this point, right? The alternates.
Yes, but still.
Yeah, it would be a bummer to sit through a trial like this and have to leave because you're an alternate.
I know.
Yeah.
Well, now we're on.
No, they are on Eastern time. So we're on Central. It's 2:17 for us, but for them it'll be 3:15
Well,
or
tell me,
3:17.
give me the gist of the defense. I heard some of it, and I just was like, "Oh my gosh!"
It was ridiculous, really. He tried to do the Hunter thing, trying to suggest that Hunter was sending those text messages in February to cover his tracks. But when you read, it's just ridiculous. I
heard him yelling.
He did. He went sanctimonious anger. It felt contrived and fake, and I'm going to guess it felt like that to the jury too. He just seemed. He didn't seem genuine. He felt it just actually seemed like he was walking through it. it felt fake and phony. Where the last prosecutor was buttoned up, like he seemed like he had rehearsed that backward and forward for a while. He tried to poke holes in the fingerprinting, like he pulled out the aluminum foil. He's like, hey, look what happens when you undo aluminum foil and you tear it off and you put one back. Do you touch what's still in the box a little bit? So he's suggesting that one print from Megan.
That's so, oh my stars.
You know what I mean?
That's the only one they could get that was a solid print. I'm sure there were many more that were halvesies and stuff.
That's the kind of stuff it was really grasping at straws. He took the medical examiner's conclusions and tried to act like they were all wishy-washy about it when what he was. I mean, the jury was there, so they know what the medical examiner said. Their medical examiners were saying this child died of asphyxiation somehow in this trash can, whether it was from the blanket, garbage bag, the trash can itself, prior to being placed in or after she went inside. They don't, maybe they don't know exactly that.
Mm-hmm.
None of us will probably ever know, but that act caused her. That's what they were all kind of saying. But he tried to act like that they were inconclusive. He had like a little choking coughing fit at some point, and the yelling and all of that was a turn off. Did you hear the yelling?
I heard the yelling, and I had to turn down the speaker.
Yeah,
because I was just like, why is he yelling at everybody? Well, he's trying to show passion, but I've helped our kids do plays and things, and as I've told the kids, yelling doesn't convey passion,
right?
Or anger, or you can you need to be more subtle than that.
And he's not really likable. I thought he was okay. Like his strategies were fine. I mean, he tried.
I agree with reality,
but he came off.
I think, but I don't think that's what he meant to do. I think what he meant was to show passion. I really do think that's what it was. What?
I'm not sure. Maybe I missed this. The turtleneck?
I don't get it.
I don't know. I missed a joke earlier, probably.
I don't get it. No, I don't think I can.
Oh yeah, there's a conversation going on. I might have missed it. I might be referring to me sounding just like
I had this on yesterday. I threw this on when I went outside because I was cold. I didn't.
Yeah, he had some moments like that too. Like he forgot one of the witnesses' names. It just wasn't.
What is telling to me, if I were a juror, okay, let's all put on our juror hats. Let's act like we don't know all this outside stuff, and that we're not in true crime. Okay, we're just a typical juror. Let's put our juror hats on.
Yes, housewife, we are, and welcome in. I don't think I've seen your name before, but yes, we are married.
Yes, we have been married a long time. Okay, so let's put our juror hats on, and let's think like the jurors will be thinking. They were fair. I mean, my understanding that they were new to the case. They didn't know anything about it, right? That's my understanding.
Oh, I don't know.
For me personally, as a juror, if it were me and they came up and said, we don't have a defense. Our defense is no defense.
Right.
Guilty. That's how I would interpret it.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, you're probably right. So they just said their names.
Yeah.
That's unfortunate.
It would be awful to be an alternate there, having to do without and everything, and then being like, oh, all right, thanks. We'll see you next time. And not have any say in what's happening.
Yeah, he tried to say that Megan told everyone the same story, which was a flat out lie. Yeah, he said some really untruthful things. He went for sympathy a lot. That was a lot of it too. Her upbringing, her age.
I heard a little bit of that.
That was a big part of it. I don't think that's persuasive. Oh, I see. People are saying that Vinnie Politan wears a red tie during verdict watch.
Oh, that's funny.
So they're saying that I could put on a red tie with the flannel or something, I think.
Yeah.
I was trying to see where that
He's running out
conversation
of
was coming
clothes to wear on here, so he's going into the flannels now.
Try to wear different stuff.
Yes, Deanna, absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, I don't I think he's just trying to go with, you weren't able to prove it, we don't even need to defend. And what could they bring up anyway?
I do feel like they could have been tighter with proving it. I do feel that. Now, the last guy brought it all together a little bit, but I do feel.
So this is where it came from. Castle had said, I need to wear a red tie like Vinny when you're waiting for a verdict. I didn't know he did that. So
Yes, Mohawk Mom, they released, or they told, what did they say to the alternates?
I actually didn't catch that part.
They said they dismissed them, but they didn't. I don't know. They still have to be available, I think. Right?
Yeah.
And then MTV had a question.
I have a question. I missed a bunch of it yesterday. What bombshell things were said yesterday? The most heated part of the whole thing was the medical examiners, both of them at the end. So if you go back to, like, if you wanted to watch that,
probably the last like 30 minutes.
Yeah, maybe the last hour or so. The first one's a black lady, and then there's this other lady with an accent, a European accent of some kind, maybe German or something.
I don't know, but she was harsh, and I loved her. I loved her.
Yeah, they were both really good, but he that you could tell that he knew his only chance was them. So he really tried to get them to say that the cause of death and all that was inconclusive, and they really were not wanting to say that. And then
thank you, Castle.
It was good. I mean, it was a sparring match between those witnesses and the defense attorney. It was really good. Otherwise, Hunter, sometime around afternoon, they were doing his text messages and pretty much exonerated him because they tried to have that not entered as evidence. The defense attorney fought hard to keep that out, but he lost. In fact, the whole trial might be a little bit different if that's included or excluded, because those text messages prove that he has no knowledge of where. It proves that Megan knows that Hunter has no knowledge of what happened to Evelyn,
right?
Because they're texting with each other in December, and we know one way or the other Megan knows,
right?
So for her to act like Hunter doesn't know blows that whole Hunter being involved out of the water. So it completely eliminates him as having any involvement. But for some reason, I don't understand, the defense attorney continued to act like Hunter was a viable suspect.
Just like they didn't hear it.
Just pretended
just ignored
that
it.
Evidence didn't exist, but the jury all heard it.
I like what reality says here.
I would bring out the guidelines to compare the evidence of the facts to the other juries to show no reasonable doubt.
Yeah. And I was going to ask. So when the lady prosecutor was up, she was talking about the standard for finding someone guilty.
Yes.
Can you explain that to me a little bit?
That was actually maybe the strongest thing she did, was that first 5-10 minutes of her. She was going into why this is not beyond the shadow of a doubt. This is beyond a reasonable doubt. So, she was, one of the analogies she used was,
that's something we need to put in our notes, guys.
Yeah. So she said,
for future things,
it's like if you're playing Wheel of Fortune and you've got a lot of the letters, but not all of them, but you can tell what the phrase says. That's reasonable doubt. That's kind of the analogy she used. And because that's kind of what this case is. You don't have video of her doing it. You don't have an admission of guilt. You just have a ton of evidence, like her statements, fingerprints, the location, motive, her behavior after, and
I see.
Reasonable doubt. Honestly, the only reasonable conclusion is that she's responsible for what happened to Evelyn, right? So she really spent a lot of time laying that groundwork before she got into the rest. It was
Mhm.
maybe the best thing she did, I think, the whole time.
Reality says, as it stands, I would convict, and it would be life without parole, in my opinion. Thank you. I actually love hearing what your jury statements are here. I love that. I actually think that's a great idea.
Yeah, I think she's done.
Oh, thank you, brown eyed girl.
I think she's gonna go away. It was interesting to see too how they do the if it's not first degree, then they look at the second and third options below
And
that.
she's like, nah.
So theoretically, they could come back with second degree or something if they think it was not premeditated.
Hello, Fly Girl 517. We're doing okay. We're hanging in there. It's been helpful to us to focus on something besides our situation. So we've enjoyed hanging out with you guys this last 7 days. We took 1 day off, so it's been 8 days, but we've been enjoying that. And we all thought it was going to go for a lot longer than this. So that's kind of crazy. I'm actually looking on how to set up a verdict watch on our channel so people can chat.
We didn't think that far ahead, how to handle the verdict watch.
I didn't know that existed. So just like everything else with YouTube, I didn't know it existed.
This is something You Can't See Me was noticing during the defense attorney referred to that statement by the medical examiner at the end of yesterday. He kept bringing it up.
Okay.
But it was stricken from the record. So she, You Can't See Me. It's like, well, how can we talk about this if we're not supposed to consider it? Why are we still but the prosecution never objected. I kind of, in the moment, what I was thinking is, to me, if I were the prosecutor, I'm looking at that defense attorney and it looks like he's floundering. So I almost want to just let him keep going, because I thought he was doing such a poor job. I almost wouldn't want to stop that bad momentum he had going, because it was coming off as insincere, and he was unsure of himself at times, and kind of jumping all over the place, and it was irrelevant, a lot of it.
And Terry, we still don't know who the daddy is for sure.
I thought he might tell it at one point in that.
I think they probably considered it.
Yeah.
But then they're like, why throw this guy in it? You know?
That was another thing he went into. The defense attorney was, maybe you wouldn't know who the father is, and all this kind of stuff. And it's just,
MS says, I wish Leilani would have gotten no parole, but she got the possibility of parole. She sure did. And Karen says, I would go first degree. Too much effort to cover up with all the lies. I'm with Karen.
I think she'll get first degree because of the way she was wrapped.
I hope that they have a what do they call it? The leader of the jury. What is that called? There's a technical term for
jury
it.
Foreman or something.
Yes, the foreman. I hope they have somebody who's in charge so that they don't meander too long.
Terry, I don't know if that was who you were at, but we don't know. Terry, we don't know who the father is. There's a rumor this is person named Eric Smith in the community, but
we don't know for sure.
That's just something that keeps getting thrown out there, but we don't know.
And then Auntie says she is toast. And Terry says, I'm on a need to know basis. Yeah, me too. Well, I mean, it depends.
What a terrible situation for that person, whoever it is. If he didn't know all along or just found out after she was gone, it's just, I mean, that's a disaster and tragedy itself.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I thought he was going to spill the beans as well, but unfortunately we may never know. And actually, he could come out. They might be, just protecting his identity. He could come out on his own. That's funny.
Put some avocado on that toast. Yes.
Oh, that's true. We thought Casey Anthony was toast too. That's true. True.
Anything can happen. I mean, ultimately.
Aw, Dreaming of blue skies and sandy beaches. Thank you so much. She just sent us a cat app.
Well, thank you, Dreaming.
You're so sweet. She's so good to us. I can't even
Yes.
tell you through all of the stuff with our son. She has been so amazing.
She's been great. We do appreciate you very much.
Thank you so much. That's so sweet.
Well, maybe not, Rosebud. Don't even think Megan knows who the father is. Possibly not.
Oh, you're so sweet. She's so good to us. The prayers and everything. I mean, just I can't even express to you.
I know.
Just all the things. Just a good human. Everybody needs a good human, like dreaming of blue skies and sandy beaches in your life. Everybody does. Good human.
Yeah, so I didn't watch this one, but you're saying Casey Anthony had a much better attorney.
You're right. I can never have too much coffee. Yeah, Aunt E is laying by a pool somewhere.
So I think if this comes back without her getting charged, or if she walks away from this, I think we'll all be pretty stunned.
Yeah.
It would be one of those Casey Anthony deals, right?
Mm-hmm. Do you want? Are you checking to make sure?
Oh,
I think wouldn't that be funny if we like as soon as we close down the live stream, it comes back. No, I think it'll take the night. I don't know. Let's see what the poll says. The poll is saying it will. They're saying 0 to 4 hours is leading at 48%. 4 to 12 hours for the jury is at 33%. 12 to 24 hours is at 9%, and more than 1 day is at 9%.
So what's the cutoff today? Did they say? Did they mention? I didn't hear them say what the.
I don't think they have a cutoff. It's just that it stands until the jury comes back.
Yeah, the guy, Tony A says, I thought the defense was having a serious medical event up there. I did too. I didn't know if that was nerves or what was going on with him, but yeah, that wasn't his best moment.
Yeah, I would be shocked.
And otherwise, I thought he did okay, but he gave it a shot. I just don't think he's. I don't think they got it. That closing argument was really good.
Did I tell you what I was saying? I was thinking about something to talk to Dr. Gary about, because everybody was like, you guys should talk to Dr. Gary. I kind of touched on it, that there's so much symbolism in the fact that, number one, Evelyn was in a trash can, and number two, that she was in Megan's childhood playhouse.
Yes. And so that might be like a symbol of, obviously, the
lost youth,
her own childhood, because it's what a place to pick. And then just putting her in the garbage is symbolic also.
Right. Just tossing her out.
Yeah. That's kind of what she thought at that point. Yeah. The dollhouse is just so, just that contrast.
Mm-hmm. You can't see me. Thank you so much. We love you back. I don't think you realize who You Can't See Me is.
I probably don't. People change their names so much.
I know she changed her name. I could tell you, but I don't want to out her.
Okay.
But I'll mute it real quick.
And you got to cover your mouth.
I will. I'll mute
readers.
It. Okay, I told him who you are.
No, I didn't realize that's who you were. But well, thank you very much. You can't see me.
Thank you so much. So what was that? Was that
it's
a super chat?
That's a super chat, right?
Yes, that's a super chat.
How do you know?
You have to go over here to be sure.
Oh, okay.
It's supposed to be by the color, but I don't understand that stuff. I really don't. I should.
Well, thank you.
Thank you for the super chat. 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 Thank you for the super chat.
I just dance. I'm just dancing away.
So we appreciate everybody being here today. I guess we're going to wrap it up for tonight.
I'll see if I can figure out how to do a verdict watch like they're doing. Oh, we love you back.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm not going to out you. Sorry. If you want to out yourself, you can, but I'm not going to do that because I know what these streets are like.
Right. No, you're better off to stay anonymous.
Oh, a military plane jet crashed? How many is that?
Just in the last couple of weeks, like 4 or 5.
Oh my stars.
Wow.
Yeah, we should wrap it up though. Well, prayers for them, prayers for everybody, honestly. Oh, I picked it up. Honestly.
You did.
Oh my gosh, there's another one in the Philippines, says Reality.
That's strange. That's really strange. No, we won't.
No, I know how mean these streets are. I know. I know.
But anyway, we do appreciate everybody being here with us. What would we do if the verdict comes
We'll
back?
go live.
We'll just go live as
If
soon
it's
as...
in the middle of the night, though, it'll be difficult to wake him up. I'll just be honest.
That's not how that works, is it? They don't come back in the middle of the night. It'd have to be they would just come back the next morning or something.
I have no idea.
Right? I would think. I don't know. We'll figure it out.
This is our first time.
Yeah. So we haven't followed a trial quite like this.
No,
but,
we haven't. Oh, Bev says it's in San Diego.
Okay.
Hi, Kelsey. We're wrapping it up. They just quickly tell her what happened, and then we'll finish.
Well, there's probably a few people that weren't here this morning. I'll just give a brief kind of recap. The prosecution rested very early this morning. The defense, when it was their turn, he tried to have the entire thing acquitted, based on the medical examiner's testimony. The judge did not take any of that, so all 20 charges stayed. Then the defense rested and never called a single witness at all. Let's see. After that, they asked if Megan would like to take the stand, and she's declined. She had to say that in front of the judge and swear that she understood and all of that. Then they took a very lengthy break, came back and did closing arguments. So so that's it. They did the closing arguments, and
there was no defense.
There really was
Zero.
no defense. For some reason, the defense tried to stay with the Hunter thing, but that's all debunked.
Real Me Too needs to just run this channel because she knows way better than we do.
I know.
The jury and large will meet in open court in the morning.
Okay.
Okay, you're gonna have to text me what that means. I don't really understand what that means. Why would they do that if they're deliberating with the jury? Well, they ask them if they have. They'll ask them if they have a verdict yet, right?
Okay.
Real Me Too is laughing at me.
I mean, you do.
I mean, you know way more about this stuff. We're just up here. We just got up here talking about a missing child, and then that just snowballed into this.
Right. Yeah, we didn't know we would ever do trials like that. Actually, but I do like doing it. So we'll probably at some point in the future find another one we want to do.
Well, crafting and true crime was telling me about one called The Secret Murmur. I'm not going to say the word.
Red Rum.
Yeah. That we need to look at.
Yeah. Okay. So Real Me Too is saying that's usually what they do is meeting them. Probably touch base, see if they have a verdict. And if not, they go from there, I suppose.
I guess we can. I don't know.
Can what?
Do we know what time it is, Real Me Too?
Well, we'll find out. One way.
If somebody knows, will you email or text it to me? We can go live, but I hate to go live unless we've got something to talk about,
Yeah.
So I don't know.
We would just be kind of recapping stuff.
Yeah.
But I don't know. We'll just kind of talk about it and see what we're going to do. But we'll definitely go live whenever we think a verdict is coming on. We could go live for just the open court if they're going to show that.
Yeah, I'm thinking about trying to figure out how to do this. I don't know how that works with just regular YouTubers. Like Court TV is just running this live like all the time, like the verdict watch. Yeah. So I don't understand how to do that. But if I figure out how to do that, at least you guys can have somewhere you can chat with each other because we have kind of really bonded over the past few days doing this together.
I know.
Oh, Deanna says we need to see Machete. I'll have to check the thumbs up. I'm going to guess they're not.
Yeah, that's 1,000.
Anywhere
that's
near.
Our goal for that is the 1,000. Maybe we do a regular nighttime live.
We are going to do a Sebastian one in the future. I just don't know what time.
I think kind of what we'll do, we at least a part of that live when we talk about Sebastian again, probably in comparison to this, because we have seen so many parallels between this case and Sebastian, it being in Tennessee, how things work.
Okay, we have 171. We have 171.
Well,
I can give you an eye roll for that.
we can do it. I mean, this
you guys
group,
have been.
This group has hung with us for 7 days, for like 6 to 8 hours a day.
You are the holder of the machete card.
Well, let's close out our.
Why are you telling me?
Oh yeah. So we'll have a little machete party, and then we'll close it out, and we'll just come back. I don't know when we'll come back. We'll try to post when we decide how we're going to handle that. But
my behind needs a break.
We need a break, so we'll do that.
Plus, we've got doctor appointment again today, every day.
Yes. Oh, I got to go in a minute anyway.
She also said she was going to bring a machete. Karate. Machete. Karate. Machete. Karate. Machete. Karate.
So one more.
She also said she was going to bring a machete. Karate. Machete. Karate. Machete. Karate. Machete. Karate.
All right.
He must love you, Deanna, because he wouldn't do that for me if I asked him.
No, well, I figure we've done a week of the trial. Celebrate with that.
Okay.
That's as good as 1,000 likes. But anyway, we do appreciate everybody being here. Anything before we go? Are we forgetting anything?
I don't know. Did you want? I mean, we're not going to have sidebar anymore. Did you want one more sidebar before? It's going to be a while.
Nah.
All right. Okay.
We'll just go.
We'll just wrap it up, and I'm going to help him. So, I guess I'll tell you guys bye, and thank you so much for hanging with us, and thank you for all the memberships. I saw that Nada did that.
Yes, Nada gifted 5 today. We appreciate.
Thank you so much. That's so sweet. I'm sure you guys said thank you. I feel like that we've become kind of this little family, and I love it so much.
I know.
And like I said earlier, I feel like I've learned your personalities a bit, and it's just been, I don't know. It's just, it's meant a lot to both of us, and we want to thank you.
We'll have to find another trial to cover in the future.
Yeah. Why don't you guys email me trials that you're interested in? I will tell you that I tend to grab hold of kids' cases. My heart is drawn to kids' cases just because I want to make sure the kids are that justice is served for children. So, and I know that it should be for adults as well. It's just that those are the most interesting to me. I'm sure you guys understand.
You know, you're drawn to it.
Well, I'm a mom, and so this kind of thing confuses me. That's why it's it's interesting to me.
Yes, I unfortunately I think we're going to remain confused.
And I pretty much make the decisions around here. So
true.
I'm just kidding.
It's got to pass the council.
Aw, yes, Angel Wings. We are a family. We are. And we loved spending this time with you guys. And we'll see you at the verdict.
Great. Thank you, guys.
Thanks.
We remember you. We remember you. Ooh. We're still here for you. We'll shine a light for you. We're holding on a hope for you.